innovation to advance India's green hydrogen ecosystem and enhance offtake of this clean fuel. The summit encompasses technical sessions, panel discussions, and interactive sessions bringing together all the stakeholders of the industries. With those background words, we now begin with the opening session, Green Hydrogen Ecosystem, setting the tone for the summit. And please join me as I invite on the dais our honorable dignitaries. May I request former Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India, Shri Alok Kumarji, to kindly join us onto the stage. Namaskaram, sir. Swagatam. May I also request former Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Bhupendra Singh Bhallaji, to kindly join us onto the stage. Namaskar, sir. I also invite on stage Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, Shri P.S. Gangadhar. Swagatam, sir. And may I now request Chair, FICCI Green Hydrogen Committee and CEO, Green Hydrogen and Derivatives, Adani New Industries Limited, Shri Rajat Sekhsaraya. Good morning, sir. I now also invite onto the stage partner and leader, Power and Utilities, GPS Ernst & Young LLP, Shri Somesh Kumar, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to the dignitaries on the dais and warm welcome to each one of you present inside the hall. We begin our session by presenting a green certificate to our honorable guest onto the dais, and to do so, may I request Shri Rajat Sekhsaraya to kindly present a green certificate to Shri Alok Kumarji and welcome him to this opening session. Warm welcome to you, sir. May I request you all to kindly put your hands together as we welcome our honorable dignitaries. Once again, requesting Rajat sir to now present a green certificate to Shri Bhupendra Singh Bhallaji and welcome him to this opening session. Warm welcome to you, sir. And we now present a green certificate to Shri P.S. Gangadharji and welcome him to this session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly put your hands together as we welcome our honorable dignitaries on the dais. Once again, a heartiest welcome to our honorable dignitaries on the dais and a very warm welcome to each one of you present in the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with an opening address, and to do so, may I request Shri Rajat Sekhsaraya ji, Chairman, FICCI Green Hydrogen Committee and CEO, Green Hydrogen and Derivatives, Adani New Industries Limited, to kindly give the opening address. Over to you, sir.
So, greetings and good morning to everyone. First of all, I cannot but start by admiring the effort FICCI teams puts in Arpan Manikya to put such a professional event year on year, where we get very good participation from all spheres of all parts of the ecosystem, the government, the private industry, the associations. So pleasantly surprised in such a nicely organized event, and I hope we all have a good time here. We do get chances to exchange our views. So this session that we have was originally supposed to be the second session, but we have switched it to the first session just to align with the timelines of Mantriji. So this is not the inaugural session, so I do have to speak something on the inaugural, so which I'll speak a bit later. But I would just focus in this, for this segment, particularly on the topic at hand, which is the ecosystem of hydrogen, green hydrogen, and would want to set context and few points for our esteemed speakers to give their mind on in the context of this subject. Now, first of all, ecosystem is something which can be defined in a very broad way, in a very narrow way. Because this is an industry forum, we will of course take a slightly broader view of what an ecosystem is. So as I understand is, as I was jotting my points, ecosystem would typically classify into what is in a sector a supply ecosystem and a demand ecosystem, right? Now, what constitutes a supply ecosystem, especially in the context we are, a supply ecosystem consists of various developers who take the project risk. It consists of regulations which enable it. It consists of the technical standards, the technical vendor ecosystem, supply system, supply chain system. That is another part of the ecosystem. and very importantly, and probably most importantly, the financing ecosystem. These are all very capex driven project. What is the financing ecosystem which enables this sector or any sector in general? So if you look at it from that point of view, in the journey of last 4 or 5 years of hydrogen, green hydrogen in the country, we can say we have made reasonable level of progress on the supply ecosystem for green hydrogen. We have multiple developers in all shapes and sizes. You have large developers, someone like, let's say, a Reliance or a Adani or an L&T or some of the other names. We have mid-sized developers and we have small-sized developers. So in that sense, you really can't quarrel in the breadth and the depth of developers who are willing to take that plunge. I can't see any parallel in the world where you have people of all sizes, developers who want to enter this system. So yes, developers are there. Regulatory ecosystem is very important, even more important in the case of green hydrogen, because it's a combination of what happens to power, midstream, downstream, what happens to the safety regulations, how do we define green. So that is something which, if you go to various events, you'll find there is still some debate about what should be green. Fortunately, rightly, wrongly, we can debate, but India has now come up with what is Indian standard of green. So at least for our demand, we know what it is. And the time for quarreling whether that is right, wrong is behind us, and we need to meet that standard. Like people from power sector know this is the standard of frequency or supply or grid that they need to meet. They know what is the regulatory ecosystem. Unfortunately, the regulatory ecosystem outside India is still up to debate. It's changing, goalposts are changing, definitions are changing, interpretations are changing, which is something very awkward. We always thought India is something where regulatory uncertainty is there and you have regulatory certainty in other parts. But here, at least I can see that may not be the case. It may actually be the other way around. So yes, in India, the regulatory ecosystem is good. Enabling policies are there. Transmission waivers are there. So there is a proper regulatory ecosystem. Yes, there are areas where industry is still liaising with government authorities. We would want more, but yes, by and large, we have made reasonable progress. And I think I should thank a lot of people, including people on dais, who have been actively involved in evolution of this, right? So we can't really complain that the regulations are trailing behind the industry in this case particularly. Technical ecosystem, supply chain ecosystem, I think we have really reasonable progress. Companies have taken bet on the electrolyzer sides. Companies, of course, are already in the power side of the ecosystem. There are contractors who are willing to do. There are process engineers, which was a pleasant surprise. India does produce a lot of process engineers which are serving the world most complex refineries, process plants. They are available. They want to be part. They see this as an opportunity to switch to green from otherwise a grey industry. So that ecosystem is coming up well. Financing ecosystem, I think, is still to be tested, because large scale projects have not reached FID or have not. There are a couple of projects which have got financing. Again, the troubling aspect is I find Indian financiers more eager to do financing than some of the international financiers. When I started 6 years back, everyone thought it is a game of international multilaterals. Having burnt multiple years with them, I realized year after year you keep struggling, chasing, and you never reached, you don't see light at the tunnel. The financing in an international scenario, despite all the noise they make, is very difficult. So yes, the Indian ecosystem, I won't say is completely mature, but will be ready if subject to good projects being there. So yes, the first conclusion is supply side of the ecosystem, we can take some hope. We have made some progress over 4 or 5 years. All this effort was worth something. The second part of the ecosystem is the demand ecosystem. This is where I think all of us will agree, and I can bet 95% of us are from the supply side and hardly anyone from the demand side of the ecosystem in this conference. So we all started this journey 5 years, 6 years back, because we were told that there is huge demand and there is no supply. There is pent up demand. World wants to green up. Everyone wants to decarbonize. Paris climate was changed. European regulations were in place. Japan has a trajectory. US initially had some trajectory. Suddenly, the edifice on which the whole ecosystem globally was based, we realized they were probably not true to their words, or they are now having second thoughts. Maybe geopolitics is taking over. So I think thing to ponder is, what do we do about the demand ecosystem? The international demand ecosystem is not coming that well. Clarity is not there. Numbers probably are not what they meant to be. Fortunately, there is a ray of hope there. Government of India, they have taken some time, but they have actually first time put their money where their mouth has been. They have now come out with FICCI style auctions, which we are all probably following. They are a live tender stage, and I get so many calls from internationally. It is being observed even globally. There is hardly any parallel of this structured auction anywhere in the world. There are one or two cases here and there where some auctions have happened, but they are very, very symbolic in nature. So a structured auctioning for whatever it is worth, again, India has taken a lead in this. So this is about the ecosystem. Demand ecosystem is still too mature, and that is the worrying part at this point of time. Crystallization demand has to still happen. The last part where I should add before I conclude and put up to the esteemed panel, and we have representative, senior representative from Ministry of External Affairs, a larger macro ecosystem is what probably sometime we as developers miss out, right? This is no more power purchase agreement in power where even before you put significant money, you have a 25-year quasi-sovereign or sovereign client, and it's as easy as it gets. There are small niggling issues which can always be solved. This is where, for instance, tomorrow what happened in White House may indirectly at a second degree or a third degree have impact on what we are doing here. What happens, whether there is a settlement, what happens to the gas prices, what happens to the climate pledges, what is the quid pro quo between the countries. So suddenly we realize we are not in a vacuum. Something as far as discussions between leaders of NATO countries, Russia, if you start drilling and thinking, it will have an impact on the overall plans that we may have in these rooms, right? So that ecosystem, the geopolitical ecosystem, which I would want to overlay on all that we are doing, has a significant impact of that. And suddenly we realize we are juggling many balls. Many of us come from power development background, and the life was easy. As I said, you get land, you get 25-year PPA, you get fixed price, and almost entirety the PPAs get honored. If something is hanky-panky, you go to APTEL or to the courts. Sooner or later, most of the time the issues are settled. But suddenly we realize we are in a much more complex, so we are taking 2 or 3 steps jump, and that is where I think challenge will be there for all developers to not underestimate the risk, not just extend the thinking that we had in the power and just think of this as an extension of that. Technically, we are more in a complex territory. Regulatory wise, we are in a more complex territory, and certainly politically, geopolitically, we are in a more complex territory. So all that risks have to be priced in. And as I said earlier, maybe we all thought we were playing a T20 match, and I think most of us will agree we are probably playing a test match in the hydrogen sector. So with this, I think I'll just open up the panel discussion and get their views, and maybe I'll then summarize all the views we get from the panel and see if there is some enlightenment for us as we take more steps in this still nascent sector. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very warm words and also setting the rhythm to the summit. We now request Shri Somesh Kumar, Partner and Leader, Power and Utilities GPS, Ernst & Young, LLP, to share his presentation on green hydrogen ecosystem. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. On behalf of FICCI, as EY, I'm thankful for the opportunity to be associated for this very important conference year on year, which is organized by FICCI. It's a very path-breaking event, I must say. Every year we are progressing, and every year when we come to this conference, we realize we've taken significantly more steps, and we've evolved quite a bit in this green hydrogen journey in the country. So I would just start with a brief introduction. It's a very brief presentation that I will make, and to Rajat's point, I think it's very valid. The whole question is about evolving the ecosystem, the right ecosystem where the investments in green hydrogen and the projects in green hydrogen can thrive. Somewhere it's a chicken and egg problem also, that we've realized that what comes first, whether demand comes first or whether supply comes first. Both are interlinked. Unless there is cost competitiveness, I think nothing will happen. But cost competitiveness is also dependent on a whole host of factors, including how fast the demand picks up. So having said that, I will just move on. Just a few things. I think all of us are aware of the National Green Hydrogen Mission. I think this is one of the flagship schemes or missions of Government of India for enabling faster adoption of green hydrogen in the country. I think the dignitaries on the dais have played a significant role in shaping and enabling this mission, taking this forward. Broadly, the mission, it has several components. The target is to reach, have at least 125 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity for green hydrogen generation exclusively. Also, almost 1 trillion rupees of import savings through this, 6 lakh job creations, 50 MMT of CO2 annual emissions, which can be averted through this program, and significant other targets till 2030 that are sought to be achieved through this program. And I think these are just basic targets. The country is actually targeting to achieve much more than what has been laid out. There is an outlay of almost 200 billion rupees for this program, a huge outlay, which is on every aspect, whether it is through the site program, whether through its focus on R&D or other components, and also on pilot projects and green hydrogen hubs and valleys. So significant targets which have been set forth through this program, which was launched almost 2 years back, more than 2 years back. In the last 2 years after this program, the mission was launched, we've already seen early signs of achievement. I wouldn't say that we've reached where we wanted to reach, but we've seen already almost 3 gigawatts of electrolyzer manufacturing capacity, which has been set up. The green hydrogen capacity, production capacity has also been awarded. Then, also for green ammonia for fertilizers, project-wise, e-reverse auction, as was mentioned through the FICCI programs and others, for 74K TPA is already ongoing. The price has also been discovered, and quite a good price, I would say, has been discovered for almost 375 KTPA. Then green hydrogen for refineries has also taken a significant step where almost 200 KTPA capacity has been allocated, price has been discovered, and capacity has been tendered. Similarly, there have been pilot projects in transport, steel, shipping, and several other industries. And also, if we just see what is being broadly represented in the map is we are seeing different types of green hydrogen projects coming up, or its derivatives, across the country. And this is not just in the coastal areas, but also in the hinterland of the country. So good spread of the projects all over the country. Of course, a lot more needs to be done. This is just the start, I would say, but the direction is correct. As I said earlier also, there are different targets which have been laid out through this mission. Job creation being an indirect target, then of course decarbonization of major industrial sectors, enhancing India's energy security, then boost to advanced technology development. Every phase that we do, every initiative that we take leads on to further technology enhancement, and then contribute towards the target that India has ultimately set for net zero by 2070. So it's a big step towards that. Okay, then I would not call it, EY's recommendations. Along with FICCI and government stakeholders, dignitaries, and also eminent industry veterans like yourself, in preparation for this event, EY did a small report which will actually be released in the second session, in the inaugural session. There we have a few recommendations. These are recommendations for different stakeholders, not just for policymakers, but what private sector can contribute, what government can do, what financiers can do. As Rajat said, for the creation of the whole ecosystem. A few areas that we have touched upon in this report is to One, align policies, to support green hydrogen transition. A lot of policies, as I said, the mission is already there. Government is very proactively working on policies. There could be a few more things that could be done. So, a few recommendations in this area. Then institutionalizing rolling demand aggregation with PSM, notifying green hydrogen derivatives and consumption obligations, operationalizing national registry and certification system, mitigating off-taker creditworthiness risks, moving city gas distribution blending from pilots to actually routine operation, and scaling green hydrogen hubs, valleys, and port bunkering. So these are the areas in which we've made these recommendations. More details are available in the report, but I will just touch broadly on each of these areas. So if you were to look at, aligning policies to green hydrogen missions, then, what we are saying is we can have some sector-specific requirements, whether it is refineries, fertilizers, or steel. We can, rather than having a generic mission, which is very good, we can also now drill down into some sector-specific recommendations. We can foster demand through more regulatory stability. We can look at facilitating, compliance certificates and surplus banking. Tradable compliance. The second one is institutionalizing rolling demand aggregation with PSM, where we can look at shifting, some of the subsidies from carbon heavy fuels to renewable energy sources. Again, very important, to bring down the renewable energy cost, which is one of the major inputs for green hydrogen production. Introduce some carbon pricing mechanisms to account for external costs, and also create equitable conditions for green hydrogen in comparison to grey hydrogen, which has, which was the early mover. The third aspect, notifying green hydrogen and derivatives consumption obligation. So, organizing semi-annual, sort of green hydrogen offtake rounds with standardized 25-year contract. Ensure indexation for tariffs, foreign exchange, and inflation. Some of the issues which I think the industry is very well facing and will go a long way. Then again, establishing a national certification and registry system. I think some work has already been done, and we should be seeing, something more in this regard going forward. Develop green hydrogen hubs, valleys, and bunkering ports. I think work is already underway in the 4 green hydrogen valley hubs. Outlays have also been given. Similarly, in some of the ports, we are leading the activity. Some of the ports have come forward, at least 3 or 4, for becoming green hydrogen hubs in the country. I think this, offers immense potential. Now, something we can look at as, how they can become super hubs of green hydrogen going forward, and some work is underway. Also facilitate routine hydrogen blending in city gas distribution network. Right now only some pilots have happened, but going forward, how can we upscale this? How can we blend this more into actual city gas distribution networks? And lastly, how can we manage off-taker credit risks much better? FICCI auctions are definitely one of the ways to make it more creditworthy. But then, how can we do that more and more is something that we need to look at, and some of the recommendations are there. So I would just stop at this, and I would be very happy to contribute to this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very informative presentation. May I now request Shri P.S. Gangadharji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to share his thoughts with the gathering.
Former Secretary, Ministry of Power, Shri Alok Kumar ji, former Secretary, MNRE, Shri Bhupinder Singh Balaji, Chair FICCI Green Hydrogen Committee, Shri Rajat Seksaria ji, Mr. Somesh Kumar from EY, Namaskar, good morning to all of you. It's a great pleasure to be here with you at FICCI to participate in this Green Hydrogen Summit. In fact, I would like to commend FICCI for organizing this event. and particularly pleased to see the participation of all stakeholders, and especially from the state governments. I'm sure the deliberations today will provide new insights and new momentum to our efforts to step up the deployment of green hydrogen in India. If I recall, this is actually the second event in FICCI that I'm attending or speaking on green hydrogen in the past 6-7 months. And good to see this kind of attention being paid by our industry, particularly FICCI, on green hydrogen, which we believe as the energy of the future. Since this session is actually meant for context setting, being from MEA, I would like to try to bring in the global context into these deliberations that we are having today on green hydrogen. When I was here last time and spoke on green hydrogen, I had mentioned how the energy transition is actually one of the biggest and the most consequential of the global transition taking place in the world today. And India is very much at the center of this transition. And our energy transition is driven by the considerations of sustainability, energy security, and energy access. And of course, affordability is an essential component of that. Energy security has become central to national security and independence. The continuous disruptions and instability we have witnessed in the global energy markets is a constant reminder to all of us on why energy security is fundamental to economic stability and growth and strategic independence. India has shown that it will stick its neck out when it comes to protecting its energy security considerations. Also, India has been a leader in the global action on sustainability and climate change. We remain firmly committed to the Sustainable Development Goals and the climate goals, and our performance on NDCs speaks for itself. While much of the world has only talked, we have walked the talk. We are among the few G20 nations on track to meet or exceed the NDC targets. We have already achieved the 50% non-fossil fuel capacity target ahead of the schedule. While some countries are still debating about certain forms of energy sources and its related technologies, we have been forthcoming and forward-looking in embracing these new technologies, including green hydrogen. Not just embracing, but also investing in the development of these technologies, which are bound to create spillover effects and benefits beyond our borders. And one such technology that offers an exciting prospects for clean energy mix is the green hydrogen. It offers clean solutions to hard-to-abate sectors, enable secure and diversified supply chains, and will help in building resilient infrastructure. While it is a technology which is still under development and holds immense potential, over 50 countries have adopted green hydrogen strategies, and about 30 countries are on their way to doing so. So in a way, there's a global effort underway to work together in this sector. Already there has been a mention of India's own green hydrogen mission and the targets that have been set in, so I'm not going to repeat that here. Let me highlight why green hydrogen is critical for our vision of energy security and energy independence for Viksit Bharat 2047. It is important given its potential to contribute to the energy independence, decarbonization, and economic growth. It will reduce dependency on fossil fuels, lower carbon emissions, and create new industries and jobs. It will ensure our energy security by helping us diversify the energy mix and thereby making us less vulnerable to price fluctuations and supply disruptions. Since green hydrogen produces green hydrogen production uses significant renewable energy sources such as solar and wind, it will also help reduce our overall dependency on imported energy. It has an important role to play in decarbonization and climate change mitigation. Green hydrogen can replace fossil fuels in many sectors, including transportation, industry, heating, and thereby help in reducing greenhouse emissions. This will further strengthen India's leadership role in the global efforts to combating climate change. Green hydrogen can also help us in improving global competitiveness. A strong green hydrogen industry will enhance our competitive advantage in the global energy market. India can become a leader in the clean energy market and an exporter of green hydrogen and its related technologies and products. The National Green Hydrogen Mission that was earlier talked about aims for this. And needless to emphasize here the importance of green hydrogen in stimulating economic growth and job creation in new domains of green hydrogen production, storage, transportation, and utilization. It also fosters innovation and attracts investments in renewable energy infrastructure. I'm quite pleased to see, as I said, the participation of various state governments in the deliberations today. The states will have an important role to play in creating the necessary infrastructure for green hydrogen and also in devising and implementing policies that can augment investments in this particular sector. Let me also mention a little bit about the geopolitical dimension of green hydrogen and the international cooperation frameworks. As the demand for green hydrogen increases, many countries will come to rely on imports due to the constraints of land, infrastructure, technology, and availability of renewable resources. And this is where we believe that India can actually sort of step in and then tap that export market. And importantly, therefore, it is important that therefore we work with our international partners, to enable easier cross-border movement of green hydrogen and its related technology. This calls for international collaboration for trade, common, and also for creating harmonized framework for transportation, and as well as standardization and certification to help improve what we call as the interoperability across borders. And also, given that the technology itself is at a nascent stage of development, R&D collaboration with our international partners also become important. Therefore, pooling of resources, sharing of best practices, and also discovering new use cases for green hydrogen actually therefore becomes important. And India has been pursuing, these international cooperations both bilaterally and also in multilateral and plurilateral contexts. And we already have partnership agreements signed with a number of countries, including EU, Germany, UAE, Denmark, Japan, to quote a few. And also, through the plurilateral and multilateral frameworks, we have been pursuing the agenda of green hydrogen. Many of you would be familiar with the G20 high-level principles on hydrogen that actually happened during our, presidency, which talks about development of national standards and globally harmonized approach to certification. And also, this particular topic has been on the agenda of Quad since many years. The Quad Clean Energy Supply Chain Diversification Program has already been working on that. These are, some of the, things that my ministry has been working on. And also, I would like to say that, our ministry and also our missions abroad are actively tracking developments in this sector, and we will be happy to, facilitate, connections to, our international partners and also businesses. So therefore, do stay in touch with us, the ministry, and also our missions. And I would like to thank FICCI for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. And I wish you a good, I would say, productive deliberations today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very encouraging words. May I now invite former Secretary Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Bhupendra Singh Bhallaji, to kindly address the Assembly.
Mr. Alok Kumar, my friend and colleague, former Secretary, Ministry of Power, Mr. Gangadhar, Joint Secretary, MEA, Mr. Seksaria, Chair, FICCI Green Hydrogen Committee, Mr. Sumesh Kumar, Partner, ENY, industry leaders, colleagues from the government, other participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. I'm delighted to be part of the summit. This is a subject which I'm passionate about, and therefore any opportunity I get, a good opportunity of course, not every, but I look at I try to participate and share my thoughts and also learn from everybody who gathers to discuss this. Today, I mean, we've already, we are already in the session. You already heard 3 people who have outlined what is this summit about, and also what is this session about. So what I'm going to do is just briefly outline our approach, which is India's approach towards green hydrogen. It was of course framed by the India's National Green Hydrogen Mission and powered by our renewable energy growth story, which you know about and I'm sure you share with us. And also briefly mention the success. Some of it has been outlined. I'm just going to highlight a few things which I think is important when we are evaluating our success on whether we've actually made a green hydrogen ecosystem that Mr. Seksaria talked about in the beginning. Why is green hydrogen important? It is important not for generating power. It is important for decarbonizing the hard to abate sectors. I mean, that is what is important. I mean, therefore, one must not say that green hydrogen is the panacea for everything. No, it is not. It is going to be used and limited to the hard to abate sectors initially, and later maybe when the economics work out, it could then spread to other things as well. But efficiency wise, it doesn't make sense to do it except for the hard to abate sector, and that is why it is important to understand why we want green hydrogen. That should be very clear. So by replacing gray hydrogen in the hard to abate sectors, when I say hard to abate, I mean where it's difficult to abate the emissions which are emerging, which the sectors produce. And these sectors are essentially fertilizers, refining, long haul mobility, shipping, steel, just to name a few. I mean, then you could keep expanding depending on what you want to do and how quickly you want to do. But these are the basic sectors that we want to decarbonize. The National Green Hydrogen Mission, which again details were shared earlier, is significant outlay of about 20,000 crore. And it's very important. You must also see relative to new innovative missions how this mission was different. I mean, there are of course public schemes, public programs which affect the masses of the country, the population. Those are big numbers. But for an innovative mission, a technology mission, this 20,000 crore was a big thing, and that shows India's commitment to this sector, and that's something which needs to be noted. Again, our target was very simple: 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen production by 2030. We announced it in January 23. We had 7 years. We say in 7 years, we will start producing 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen every year. And the formulation of the mission was guided by the strategic understanding of India's unique advantages: abundant renewable energy resources, growing industrial demand, and a well-established policy framework for clean energy. It aimed to create a new green industrial ecosystem powered by indigenous manufacturing. And why these components? This is a big mission, and there's a lot of components. We are not going to go into detail, but it has a lot of components which are part of the mission. And therefore, indigenous manufacturing is one of them. Robust infrastructure. How do you sustain so much of production? How do you sustain so much of transportation usage? and global competitiveness. If you are not among the lowest in price, you shall not succeed globally. And therefore, our aim was very simple: be either the lowest or among the lowest in the world. And we can do it. With our RE, low cost and low price, we can do it. And of course, apart from technology, the people we have, the skills we have, industrial progress we have achieved. So we want India to become a global hub for the production, utilization, and export of green hydrogen. And when Mr. Seksaria talked about the demand, why he mentioned the global part is because, demand, when we say not only global demand but also domestic demand. So both are important to sustain a sector. And when you and in these global global conditions, which Gangadhar has not really outlined too much today, but you understand what is going on. Therefore, it need to be self-reliant. We need to be self-dependent. So we wanted a phased and a systematic approach, starting with domestic capacity creation for electrolyzer manufacturing and green hydrogen production. So we came out with a site scheme, part of the 20,000 crore, and therefore that is out of 17,500 crore. So out of 20,000 crore, 17,500 crore is for the site scheme. That's for the incentives, plain and simple. Electrolyzer manufacturing, green hydrogen production. The balance 2,000 odd crore is for other components, including R&D and other things. And this were also structured that to galvanize action at the state level. It's not only Government of India which can do it. It has to be a whole of government approach. It has to be a whole of government's approach, central government and the state governments, and of course industry, the private investments across this value chain. While MNRE and SECI implement site, through SECI we are implementing site scheme. The guidelines contain alignment with the state level renewable energy policies, access to low cost land and water, facilitation of open access and transmission connectivity to hydrogen producing unit. And if you talk to all the developers, I know I'm from the supply side dominates here, but if you are from the supply side, you know what are the issues on the ground. Overall, I'm happy to note the progress we've made. Mr. Seksaria called it reasonable progress. I call it, I'm a little more positive, and I say it's more than reasonable progress. And if you and the reason I'm saying is you compare it across countries. I know we are working in a global field, and therefore when you compare progress, you have to evaluate ourselves compared to the global peers. About 15 states have announced policies to support green hydrogen. I talked about state need for state level. 15 states have announced policies. Global, of course, a lot of work is being done, but states have also got into it. And this 20,000 crore is just a number. Again, only a Government of India number. A recent study by CEEW quantifies this combined support of states and center. I hope many of you may have seen that report. Please go ahead and have a look at it. It notes that the state and central level policies have combined, if you look at the total incentives which have been combined, is over 5 lakh crore of incentives which are coming in this field, and which is much more than 25 times the NGHM budget. 7 states: Odisha, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, UP, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh and Gujarat. These are the key states, as you know. They are accounting for 90% of this ecosystem which is emerging. And so this is important, and happy that everybody is trying to participate in it. Green hydrogen capacities have been allocated. Mr. Somesh Kumar's presentation, you would recall, over 860,000 tons per annum we have allocated. When we started, we thought we had budget only for about 1.3 million. Green hydrogen is metric tons per year we would be able to sustain with 13,000 crore of incentives that we had. About 4,500 crore is for electrolyzer, so 13,000 crore for green hydrogen. We thought we will be able to support about 1.3 million tons of green hydrogen. But when we started allocating, we realized that the people are it was a bidding through bidding, and therefore we realized that we have more budget than what we were initially aiming to sustain, and therefore we have expanded that. And in fact, I feel now our numbers show that we should be able to support more than 2 million, 2.5 million, around 2.2 million or so tons of green hydrogen through the same level of 13,000 crore. And out of that, 860,000 has already been allocated. But rest is in progress, and now with the developments happening, the next phase can happen. 3,000 megawatt electrolyzer capacity we wanted per annum, fully allocated. So 4,500 crore is fully allocated. Not only that, I mean, each company which is setting up electrolyzer plants aims to set up much more than what we've allocated, because we were able to allocate only a little bit of what they were planning. So, I mean, my guess is that we should, looking at the numbers that these companies had given, my guess is that we should be able to get a capacity of about 5 to 7 gigawatt per annum easily in the country if these plants come online and on time. Green hydrogen standard was we issued in the beginning, you know that. We also issued the green hydrogen certification scheme, and therefore the national certification that Mr. Sumesh Kumar talked about is already now out there, and we only have to implement it well. 3 Kandla, Paradeep and Tuticorin ports have been identified to be developed as green hydrogen hubs, and that is very important as the sector starts to develop. In mobility, 5 projects have been awarded. Again, that was mentioned in the presentation that you saw. I mean, but the key factor, and the reason that I'm more optimistic than Mr. Siksaria in the morning today, is the success of the green ammonia tenders. And when we were formulating this mode 2A, at that time we realized that unless there is demand aggregation, unless you see domestic demand, we will not be able to go very far out. We cannot be dependent only on our export market, and therefore domestic demand is important. And now that SECI has, and we with great difficulty, I mean, of course, a lot of convincing, we were able to get the fertilizer department on board, 15 fertilizer plants on board, and therefore we came out with this 7.25 lakh tons per annum tender, which is the largest tender of green ammonia in the world. I mean, there's no comparison to how we are doing. And out of that, 7th auction happened yesterday, have been completed, and we have arrived at, in the 6th auction, which happened a few days ago, we got a tariff of world record of 50 rupees and 75 paisa per kg of green ammonia for a 85,000 ton capacity per annum, which beat the previous record of 4th or 5th tender auction which happened. And with each auction, and this is, you have to compare, and actually this is translating to about in the 7 auctions which have happened, to about $641 to $583 per ton of green ammonia is just to compare. And you must realize that the previous price this was discovered in Europe was over $1,000. And that is what is important, that we have literally halved the price which the Europe had discovered through these large auctions which are taking place. And I'm also very happy to note that out of 700,000 plus tons of green ammonia, which we plan to auction under the mode 2A, about 450,000 has already been completed. Now we only have about 275,000 tons of which remaining, which will happen in the next few days. Again, as a note of caution, current spot price. I was trying to see the spot price of grey ammonia in the market. I think is around $400 to $480 per ton, depending on where you look at. So I didn't have the latest number. We are now at 583. Again, there is a difference. But again, that's the spot price. If you go in the market and buy it, like we go and buy anything. But if you want to sign a 10-year contract for grey ammonia, you do not have a 10-year contract. It's not available. So you have to look at the average prices. You have to see how, and roughly our estimate shows that Gray ammonia for a similar period would cost about maybe $520 or $25 roughly. Is again these are estimates. So as against $520, now we have arrived at $580. And again, that is something which is only a wishy-washy thing about gray ammonia available for 10 years at a fixed price. This is fixed price for 10 years, and therefore I think I'm very, very happy that this is taking shape. It is a game changer for India, and I'm also, I would also be laying my bet that if this succeeds, we would be able to replace the entire 28 lakh ton, 2.8 million tons of ammonia that we import from the world. We should be able to replace it with green ammonia made in India, and that is what is the key. And if you are able to do 2.8 million tons of green ammonia, so essentially you are taken care about 500,000 of hydrogen, green hydrogen in India. Again, a very small number compared to 5 million. Fine, but you have to realize that a lot of our demand was, we thought we would be trying to export to the world, which is, which with the plants coming up and commercial, decisions happening, we should be able to tie up exports as well. So I'm going to stop here. Just say that, it is a happy moment to be here today after the developments which has happened the last 10 days or so. But we have a long way to go. We need a lot of technology, localization, R&D, global partnerships, of course, and a lot of emphasis from not only the government but also from the sector. I compliment FICCI for curating this important platform, and look forward to hearing about all the deliberations happen today. Thank you so much, and all the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very significant and very insightful words from you. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been indicated that Honorable Minister is going to arrive in few moments. But before that, may I now request former Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India, Shri Alok Kumarji, to kindly share his thoughts.
How much time do I have? That I don't. Okay. So I'm told I have got 5 minutes, no problem. Okay. Very good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here. It's very difficult to speak at the end because Mr. Bhalla has spoken almost everything. So, seeing the limited time and most of the things have been said, when you sit in a room or you see a thing, you need to have a complete perspective. So, whatever has been discussed so far is one side, one wall of the room. Let us also look at the other wall of the room. So, my dear friend Mr. Bhalla, Mr. Joint Secretary MEA, the Chairman, dear delegates. First, two things. India's presidency was mentioned by Mr. Gangadhar, and we drafted that agenda with Mr. Bhalla. There was a heading called Fuels for Future, if you remember. Two fuels were mentioned, biomass and green hydrogen. So we pushed it because it's strategic, it's important. Second anecdote, I went to Berlin Energy Dialogue, and in 2022, and when I was speaking, I was asked by several of the European countries, why do you want to export your green hydrogen to us? First you decarbonize your emissions. So these two things will settle that. As Mr. Bhalla was saying, green hydrogen is a strategic intervention for decarbonization of India's emissions. In long term, it's a must. We are on right track. It's the right time to do what China did for electric vehicles 20 years ago. We are seeing that they are a world leader. What is being done is a correct thing, and we should be all celebrating and happy. The other side of the wall. So let me say, what is the goal? Why we are doing green hydrogen? It's for energy transition, of course. Any country which has a development aspiration and has a development to go will like to have one single goal, which is maximum reduction in emission intensity at least cost. What Mr. Bhalla also briefly mentioned about the efficiency. So I will focus my talk here, my presentation here only on two aspects: the efficiency and subsidies. Let us be conscious of that and let us make best out of it. So I fully support green hydrogen mission, green hydrogen intervention as India's long-term strategy, a fuel for future. And we should start now. We have started now. We all know there are concepts called efficiency and additionality. What I was told in Berlin by the Europeans, additionality means because when you use renewable energy to produce green hydrogen and subsequently its derivatives, you lose almost 44%. So for a country like India, as a main strategy presently, what is more important is that we keep on focusing on electrification and direct use of renewable energy for the use which is put to the best use. Tell me one thing. We have heard India's is a good achievement of a green hydrogen run train. Which is more efficient? Electric train run on renewable energy or a green hydrogen train? Obviously, electric train, because railway traction can be electrified. So as Mr. Bhalla was saying, green hydrogen is the route for hard to abate sectors. So as a country, which thing we should prioritize? We should have both things in our sight, say other wall of the room. As a strategic intervention, India should develop green hydrogen, reduce its cost, develop ecosystem, develop your valleys and hubs and all, but don't lose sight that India should focus on using renewable energy directly as far as it can in form of electricity. That brings efficiency, that brings cost. Since time is less, I will speak sometime else. The subsidies. You are talking of 20,000 crores. Look at the subsidies which power sector is supporting to you. The transmission charge waiver, number one. Number two, waiver of the cross subsidy surcharge and additional surcharge. Somebody foots the bill. Number three, must run status to renewable energy. It has a balancing cost, it has a standard cost, because the deviation settlement mechanism for renewable energy is relaxed. They are penalized less. What I am trying to say, talking of efficiency and talking of subsidies, a huge subsidies going into, please make the best use of this window of subsidies and say diversion from efficiency, bring down cost as fast as you can. And my recommendation is what Somesh was telling, India should follow a model of green hydrogen hubs and valleys, not a large scale all over country. As a country, if you want to have everything, strategy, efficiency and subsidies in view, the prioritization should be not giving subsidy for export. Which country will do? You can give subsidy from a budget, but you can't give a subsidy indirectly through waiver of surcharge, waiver of transmission charge and give subsidized exports. No, it is not doable. So whatever is being given, we should make best use of it. We should focus on cost reduction. And I am for green hydrogen, but I am also for hydrogen. I think when we got some comments from Minister Petroleum, they say India should also focus on hydrogen, because hydrogen ecosystem is we require. We can always switch from hydrogen to green hydrogen whenever we have the cost effective green hydrogen. So what is, I think in my recommendation is, what is missing it, promote more of hydrogen. So that in fact, because what you are doing green ammonia auctions only for transmitting renewable energy on the lines, which is being subsidized, cross subsidized,
and producing in the factory. Nobody is talking of the green hydrogen pipelines, green hydrogen transportation, green hydrogen storage, and so many things. So friends, the time is less, but my message is that we are on right track. The cost reduction in green ammonia tenders is very welcome. India needs to do it, because what China did for electric vehicles 20 years ago, we should do it now, otherwise we will repent. But keep in mind, we are supporting the power sector and others, economy is supporting some loss in efficiency and lot of direct indirect subsidies. We should focus on only two things: cost reduction as much as you can, and secondly, focus on developing ecosystem, not only demand and supply. Ecosystem is made up of your transportation and storage, which will come only if you do your green hydrogen valleys. I think that is not, 2 valleys being given 50 crore is not sufficient. My view is our half the mission should be spent on 2 or 3 chosen valleys. You will develop the ecosystem also, you will also reduce cost, and you will prepare yourself what China is doing for EV today. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those extremely thought-provoking words from you. Thank you so much for guiding us with your words. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been indicated that the Honorable Minister have arrived at the venue. We now request Shri Rajat Seksaraji to kindly give the concluding words and also propose the vote of thanks.
Thanks. I think we probably were witness to a master class in policy making, spectrums of policy, each side of it, and celebrating the successes, but also be cautious of the overall picture. So I think all of us would concede the richness of view that multiple decades of actual on the ground impact making policy making brings is probably what we got on the dais. So I am really thankful to all the 3 representatives, the present government representative and the ex-government representative, bringing that view to us, because as businessmen we get so focused on our P&Ls that we somehow again miss this larger policy making ecosystem. So thanks a lot for this. I will also take the liberty to just take a few points on Mr. Balla, because we had one optimistic view, other a bit cautious view, somewhere I was in middle. But one thing where I would probably say I'm a bit more optimistic, Ballaji, is when you said the prices discovered were $580 to $641, I think that's misleading, because they are first year prices. As the MBAs in us will tell us, a rupee price for 10 year, if you make for dollar correction and do devaluation, the prices are actually between $500 to $550. So in which case we have almost converged on the median price of ammonia, and which something I've not seen any analysts saying, because people are just making direct rupee to dollar conversion if you assume a normal depreciation. So the prices are very aggressive. I would also like the liberty to take another point. Even if the prices were, let's say, $100 higher, fundamentally what we are doing is replacing some part of our energy import into India. That economic benefit is in Indian economy. We are not supporting someone else's economic. So that econometric analysis is somewhere I would at some point want analysts and government to take, that even if it's a bit more expensive, जैसे automobile में हुआ, we probably manufacture more expensive cars, but it set up an ecosystem, that value of the economy remains in the country. So probably collectively as a country we'll also have to take that view. Yes, good, we got good prices, but even if we had $100, I would have still thought these were super successful auctions, because that part is economy is there. And third part, yes, transition is there, energy security is there, and sir, in what you did, you are also addressing food security. So it's not energy transition or energy security, food security, which in these times will probably become even more critical. So this cannot be, there could not have been a better case outcome in these auctions, and I completely agree that we have a rich case for replacing all the ammonia demand. In fact, I would go further. India's urea ammonia demand is actually 20 million ton, where we instead import gas and not ammonia. So that also, if you take into metrics, so we this sector alone creates good enough pathway to meet our 4 or 5 million ton of hydrogen if we get the policy. So probably this has not dawned upon everyone, but as people start analyzing, as we get more success stories of actual implementation of these projects, this will open up a very, very big window. So thanks for bringing that point. And Alokji, thanks for also bringing the point of where do we do focused effort. Let's not forget at what cost is coming. I think that will be one of the themes of our discussion. I will also address in my inaugural address, that let's not treat hydrogen as a catch-all for everything. Let's be very focused, because someone is footing the bill, as you said. So please, happy that you brought us back to terra firma on the realities of someone putting the bill, the external exchequer. And Gangadharji, I think There was a snide remark from Balaji that you were reserved in your comment. We can clearly appreciate why you were reserved. There are very dynamic geopolitical times. I'm sure off the record we'll have more interesting and colorful discussions to have. So thanks for this. I think this was a rich panel. My thanks, and I look forward to interacting both in person and otherwise with all of you and all the delegates during the thanks everyone.
Thank you indeed, sir. Thank you so much, dignitaries. May I quickly request for a photo opportunity here. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be now moving into our inaugural session. I request you to kindly remain seated. And once the Honorable Minister arrives inside the hall, I would request you to kindly rise and welcome him. With that, we request you all to kindly put your mobile phones once again on silent mode. And we are now moving towards the inaugural session. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are quickly setting up our head table, and we've been indicated that Honorable Minister is just going to arrive inside the hall. Once he arrives inside the hall, may I request you all to kindly rise and welcome him. I request our organizing team members to kindly request all our guests, our delegates who are outside the hall, to kindly join us inside. And also, once the Honorable Minister is inside the hall and we begin with our inaugural session, we would like to keep the exit door shut during the session. This is just to ensure an uninterrupted flow of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly rise as we now welcome our Honorable Minister of State for Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Shripad Yasho Nayak. Warm welcome to you, sir. Once again, requesting everyone to now settle down with the electronic gadgets on silent mode. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome to the inaugural session of FICCI Green Hydrogen Summit 2025, aligning policy, demand and technology. Please join me as I welcome our honorable dignitaries onto the dais. May I request you all to kindly put your hands together as we welcome our honorable chief guest, Honorable Minister of State for Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Shripad Yasho Nayak. Namaskaram, sir. Warm welcome to you. May I also request Dr. Dr. Eva Swara, who's the Charge d'Affaires EU Delegation of India, to kindly join us onto the stage. Ma'am, welcome to you, ma'am. I now request Chair FICCI RE CEO Committee, President C, CEO, Renewable West, CEO, Hydrogen, Namaskar, sir. Business Executive Director, UK's Semcorp Industries, Sri Vipul Tuli, to kindly join us onto the stage. Onto the stage, I also invite Chair FICCI Green Hydrogen Committee and CEO Green Hydrogen Derivatives, Adani New Industries Limited, Sri Rajat Seksaraya, to kindly join us onto the stage. We've also been joined on stage by Senior Advisor FICCI, Sri Manub Majumdar. And now may I request Co-Chair FICCI Hydrogen Energy Committee and Global CEO Hero for Future Energies, Mr. Shivatsan Iyer, to be onto the stage. Warm welcome to you once again. A very warm welcome to each one of you present inside the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit is an attempt to foster collaboration and innovation to advance India's green hydrogen ecosystem and enhance offtake of this clean fuel. The summit encompasses technical session, panel discussions, and interactive session, bringing together all the stakeholders of the industries. In our FICCI tradition, we welcome our honorable guest with a green certificate. May I now request Shri Manub Majumdar, who is the Senior Advisor FICCI, to kindly present a green certificate to Honorable Minister Sir Shri Shripad Yeshu Nayak, and welcome him. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all put our hands together as we welcome Honorable Minister Sir to this summit? Warm welcome and swagatam to you, sir. Once again, requesting Shri Manub Majumdar to now present a green certificate to Dr. Suwara and welcome her to this summit. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We now begin with the inaugural session deliberations, and we would begin with a welcome address, and to do the same, may I request Senior Advisor FICCI, Shri Manub Majumdar, to kindly give the welcome address.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Sri Shripad Yeshu Nayak ji, Honorable Minister of State for Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Dr. Swara, Charge d'Affaires, EU Delegation to India. Sri Vipul Tuli, Chair FICCI RE CEOs Committee. Sri Rajat Seksaraya, Chair FICCI Green Hydrogen Committee. Sri Shivatsan Iyer, Co-Chair FICCI Hydrogen Energy Committee. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again, and it's my honor to welcome all the distinguished dignitaries, in particular our Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, our warm greetings for kindly gracing the occasion. We are most thankful to you, sir. Similarly, I would like to extend our warm welcome to all other distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais. And we thank you for your time and kindly joining us this morning. Friends, we all agree that green hydrogen is no longer a distant aspiration, a distant dream for us. It's at the core of India's clean energy goals and ambitions. It is indispensable, if I could say so, towards decarbonizing sectors such as steel, fertilizers, cement, refining, chemicals, and several others. Its derivatives such as green ammonia and methanol could decarbonize international million metric ton production by 2030, has the potential to unlock significant investment opportunities and create scores of new green jobs. Under the aegis of FICCI's Green Hydrogen Committee, we have built a unique platform comprising the leadership of around 95% of Indian green hydrogen stakeholders, including both private players and PSUs. FICCI members are actively contributing to shape the future of the sector, not just through project development, but by engaging directly with the government and policymakers to support a robust policy and regulatory environment. Honorable Minister, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, at this summit, we are releasing FICCI's report titled India's Green Hydrogen Ecosystem, Strategic Opportunities, Key Challenges and Demand Potential. This report underscores the pivotal role of demand-side enablers, especially from industries like refining, steel, aviation, and fertilizers, in creating a sustainable and long-term green hydrogen market. We do hope today's deliberations and exchange of ideas will explore further strategic collaboration, public-private partnerships, and suggest a sustainable roadmap towards addressing the challenges such as cost competitiveness, infrastructure readiness, supply chain resilience, and regulatory clarity. With these words, I'd like to welcome you all once again, and we look forward to a very fruitful and rewarding deliberations and exchange of ideas. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very warm welcome note. May I now request Shri Rajat Seksaria ji to kindly present the theme address.
Thank you again. Mantri ji is short on time because he has to attend the parliament. So I will just restrict my comment. I got opportunity to speak in the previous session. And I'll just take this occasion to thank him for the initiatives of the ministry. So Mantri ji, industry की behalf पे मैं ये मौका यूज़ करके थैंक करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि इस साल के अंदर काफ़ी चीज़ें हुई हैं जो सरकार की तरफ से, जो हम पिछले सेशन में भी डिस्कस कर रहे थे, जो पॉजिटिव हुआ है. पहला हुआ है कि PLI के थ्रू इंडस्ट्री को सपोर्ट मिला है. जैसे हम बात कर रहे हैं, आपको पता ही होगा, एक ग्रीन अमोनिया का ऑक्शन चल रहा है, जो दुनिया में एक पहला ऐसा ऑक्शन है जहाँ रियल में एक डिमांड क्रिएशन और एक एब्जॉर्बिंग कैपेसिटी क्रिएट की जा रही है. और वो इतना बढ़िया है कि न केवल इंडियन डेवलपर्स को मौका लग रहा है, जिस चीज़ के लिए हम उस अमोनिया का यूज़ कर रहे हैं वो भी हमारे फर्टिलाइज़र्स और इवेंचुअली फार्मिंग सेक्टर में जाएगा. तो जो ऊर्जा क्रांति के साथ जो हमारे फार्म सेक्टर है उसको हेल्प करने का एक बहुत ही अच्छा सप्लाई चेन बना रहे हैं. और इसके रिस्पांस के बाद हो सकता है कि ये सेक्टर और खुल जाए और डेवलपर्स आ जाएं. सो हम आज देख रहे हैं कि दुनिया में काफ़ी कंट्रीज़ है जो हमसे बात करते हैं, कह रहे हैं, बहुत ईगरली उस ऑक्शन को देख रहे हैं, अप्रिशिएट कर रहे हैं. तो ये जो 3-4 साल की एफर्ट थी आपकी मंत्रालय की और मंत्रालय के जो ब्यूरोक्रेट्स थी, उसका अभी एक रिजल्ट आ रहा है, जो एक जिसने एक पॉजिटिविटी सेक्टर में लाई है, जो सेक्टर थोड़ा सा भी डाउन चल रहा था बिकॉज ऑफ एक्सटर्नल रीज़न. तो उसके लिए मैं आपको थैंक करना चाहता हूँ. मंत्री जी, विशेष तरह मैं आपको इसलिए भी थैंक करना चाहता हूँ कि जितने भी फॉरम्स होते हैं इंडस्ट्री के, वेदर रिन्यूएबल पावर के या हाइड्रोजन के, हर समय हमको आपका साथ मिलता है, आपका सपोर्ट मिलता है. इसकी बहुत बड़ी सिग्नलिंग वैल्यू है इंडस्ट्री के लिए कि गवर्नमेंट का एक कमिटमेंट है, हमको टाइम मिलता है आप लोगों से. तो ये जो एक कांस्टेंट कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्टर इंडस्ट्री को चाहिए कि कहीं सरकार ने साथ तो छोड़ नहीं दिया, वो आप लोगों के प्रेजेंस से ये बार बार एक सिग्नल आता है जो बहुत बड़ा पॉजिटिव सिग्नल है इंडस्ट्री के लिए. कई बार ऐसा होता है कि कोई सेक्टर में स्टार्ट होता है, फिर सडनली थोड़ा स्लो डाउन होता है, तो इंटरेस्ट मंत्रालय का भी कम हो जाता है, मिनिस्ट्री का भी कम हो जाता है, लोगों को लगता है क्या पता ये सेक्टर है कि नहीं. बट आपकी प्रेजेंस से और अधिकारियों की प्रेजेंस से हमको बार बार ये सिग्नल मिलता है इंडस्ट्री में कि गवर्नमेंट इस सेक्टर में कमिटेड है, इसलिए क्योंकि लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टमेंट है, तो हमें बहुत पॉजिटिव सिग्नल मिल रहा है. जबकि दूसरे देशों को हम देखते हैं, यूरोप में, US में, वहाँ कन्फ्यूजन है, कभी बोल रहे हैं करेंगे, कभी बोल रहे हैं नहीं करेंगे. इंडिया में स्लो एंड स्टडी लेकिन एक प्रोग्रेस जा रहा है, एक माइलस्टोन की तरफ रीच कर रहा है. और ये जो प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं, आपके मंत्रालय कहते हैं कि इंडिया एक एग्जाम्पल बनाएगा, हम उस पाथ पे बहुत आगे अग्रसर हो चुके हैं, इसलिए मैं इंडस्ट्री के ब्याह पे आपको थैंक करना चाहता हूँ। मैं और समय नहीं लूँगा क्योंकि और पार्टिसिपेंट है, आपका समय भी शॉर्ट है, बट आई जस्ट वांट टू यूज दिस ओकेजन टू थैंक ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ इंडस्ट्री एंड पीपल मे स्पीक फॉर द इंडस्ट्री। ओके, थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. I would request all other speakers also to limit it to the time. I now request Sri Vipul Tuliji to kindly give the industry address.
Thank you very much, respected dignitaries, dear friends. We are creating a new industry. We are certainly past the initial stages, but the new industry hasn't been created yet. Three very salient things have been achieved, which are worth reiterating. Some of the speakers have spoken about it. One, amazing government support for both production and offtake, and unprecedented, I might say, although many other countries are also supporting, but the support from the Indian government, I can term it as unprecedented. Second, we have some fairly amazing prices discovered over the last few weeks, as you all know, and it was mentioned by some of the earlier speakers. But another trend that we see, which the data is yet to be made public, but what we understand is that in one of the global tenders, green has actually come out cheaper than blue. Please understand the implications of that, and it's a very significant development. And number three, Rajat spoke earlier about the ecosystem, whether it's the OEMs who manufacture, the developers, the financiers, etc., all with a can-do attitude. So three pretty amazing achievements are there, and we should all feel proud and satisfied with those. Now commitments are being made. Real money will soon be invested. The next phase is quite crucial. So I'm going to do something a little unusual here today in the next 3 or 4 minutes, which is sound a note of caution. As we are going ahead and making commitments, how do we make sure that we are making sustainable commitments, commitments that will build a successful industry? I'll phrase it as a few key questions to be addressed. Okay, number one, contract duration. Are the contract durations that are on offer commensurate with the tariffs that we are discovering? So for instance, if we have a 10-year contract, will recontracting happen after 10 years at the same prices? Or should we be cautious about how recontracting will happen? Because that affects refinancing. Number two, many of the plant designs, the electrolyzers, the ammonia production with it, etc., are relatively new or are pushing the bounds of their technical limits. Will the plants really respond to intermittency and degradation the way it is expected on paper? Let's make sure they do. Number three, RE equipment price shocks. We have massive strength in RE as a country, but we are subject to the equipment prices going up and down. In RE, we are able to deal with it in the renewable sector. But how will increases in module, turbine or battery prices be absorbed? In green ammonia, there is no SECI or MNRE to give extensions in time. Number four, RE resource. How will surprises in wind or maybe even surprises in solar? This year we are seeing surprises in solar generation. How will resource surprises impact production levels that are being committed? Number five, connectivity. In RE, we have found a way to deal with connectivity delays. Of course, connectivity is being added at a massive pace, but we are growing at such a pace that even that is insufficient. But when we are exporting, for instance, green hydrogen or green ammonia, how will customers respond to delays if CTU delays commissioning of a line? Who's absorbing that risk? Number six, molecule logistics. Now, many of the developers who are entering this state are used to and experts in dealing with electrons. Now they're learning how to deal with molecules. A molecule is different from an electron. Are inventory levels, global shipping disruptions being factored in to deliver the quantities that customers require? Number seven, policy support. We have, as I mentioned earlier, one of the strongest policy support commitments we have probably anywhere in the world. But over a 20-30 year period, without change in law, especially for exports, how will government policy changes be dealt with over a 20-30 year period? Remember, we are taking financing for 20-30 years. Last, number 8, institutional strength. How do we ensure that the developers and the OEMs have balance sheets? This is not a game of P&L. This is a game of balance sheets. How do we ensure they have the balance sheets to stand behind the commitments they are making and have the ability to absorb any of the shocks that I've just mentioned? So, leave you with some food for thought. We don't just need to build an industry. I see some real veterans out here in the audience. We don't just need to build an industry. We need to build a successful, sustainable industry, not just for domestic, but for reliable, competitive exports. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such insightful thoughts. May I now request Dr. Eva Subara to kindly give the keynote address. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaste, everybody. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to deliver an address on behalf of the European Union at the FICCI Green Hydrogen Summit. The summit brings together leaders from government, industry, and academia to foster collaboration, drive innovation, and develop strategies for a sustainable energy future. The European Union is proud to partner with India in this journey. As you may know, the strategic partnership between India and the European Union has been gaining some strong momentum over the last couple of years, and especially over the last couple of months. During the historical visit of the College of Commissioners to India in February this year and fruitful meetings with the Indian government, our leaders decided to pursue an ambitious, very ambitious, process of strengthening our cooperation in a large number of policies and sectors. They range from trade, supply chains and investment through emerging critical technologies, innovation, digital and green industrial transition to space and geospatial sectors, defense and people-to-people contacts. It has also been agreed to cooperate in tackling global challenges such as climate change, the governance of artificial intelligence, development finance, and terrorism in interdependent world. Among those topics, energy occupies a central position. Both sides understand a crucial role energy plays in their individual, but also global security, economic growth, social cohesion, and international commitments. And they understand that the best way forward is our cooperation. This is why the leaders decided to intensify cooperation in several sectors, such as clean hydrogen, offshore wind, solar energy, and research and innovation for green and clean energy technologies. In particular, they agreed to hold second India-EU Green Hydrogen Forum and first India-EU Business Summit on offshore wind energy. The first of these milestones is already accomplished. In May, at the margins of one of the largest global hydrogen events, the World Hydrogen Summit in Rotterdam, India and the EU held their second bilateral Green Hydrogen Forum. This high-level event gathered European and Indian authorities, decision makers, but also industry leaders, businesses, and representatives of the financial sector. They discussed opportunities for enhanced cooperation and joint investment in development, production, and exchange of green hydrogen. Both the EU and India are well aware of the potential of green hydrogen in tackling today's and tomorrow's energy dilemma and challenges. This summit of today shows it well. Today, the EU is a global leader in renewable hydrogen, and our hydrogen strategy, adopted in 2020, set ambitious objectives both in terms of installed capacity, support to consumption, transport, and the creation of a regulatory framework that would create a functioning hydrogen market both domestically in the EU and globally. In 2022, another fundamental policy document, REPowerEU plan, stated explicitly that renewable hydrogen is central to the EU's ambitious plan to become climate neutral by 2050. To accelerate the development of hydrogen market, the European Commission has set up the European Hydrogen Bank and launched already 2 highly successful auctions to support producers of renewable hydrogen. Ladies and gentlemen, both partners, India and EU, are very serious about our respective ambitions and are committed to work together and strengthen our cooperation in order to achieve them. We already have a very good starting point, the Clean Energy and Climate Partnership, a large platform of cooperation between the EU and India in the areas of energy and climate, which, since its establishment in 2016, has implemented literally hundreds of projects and actions covering multiple types of activities and many sectors. We are about to complete the second cycle of this major project and start third one, which covers years 2026 to 2028. This is clearly a signal that the mechanism works well and is highly appreciated by both sides. In terms of sectors, since the beginning, hydrogen has been and will remain one of the most important pillars of our cooperation. In the work program for the third cycle of our cooperation, renewable hydrogen occupies a predominant place, and we are looking forward to further intensify our cooperation in this area. But this is not the only initiative that we have agreed to pursue over the months and years to come. During the visit of the College of Commissioners to India, which I have already mentioned back in February this year, both sides discussed and agreed on establishing a hydrogen task force, a high-level platform to discuss our respective strategies and practical implementation of our cooperation. We are now in the process of agreeing on the terms of reference and practical details of this mechanism, and hopefully we will be able to call soon the first official meeting of this task force. But of course, the cooperation in the area of hydrogen is not only about the government talking to each other. In fact, and those will be my last remarks, in fact, it's predominantly for businesses of both sides to meet, talk, negotiate, and find good, profitable solutions. And this is the main purpose of this event today. The summit gives an opportunity to the business leaders to express their views, exchange experiences, and suggest best solutions to the policymakers. So let me not prolong further, and instead let me invite you all to an honest and fruitful discussion, which will surely bring several good ideas and suggestions. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing such valuable inputs on international collaboration for green hydrogen. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we now move forward to a momentous moment, the launch of the report. And may we request Honorable Minister, sir, and the members on the dais to kindly release. May I request Shri Manav Mudinda, sir, to kindly facilitate. Thank you so much. May I also request Sri Arpan Gupta, Director of FICCI, to kindly join us, and I also request Mr. Somesh Kumar from Ernst & Young LLP to kindly join us onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly put your hands together as we launch the report on India's green hydrogen ecosystem, strategic opportunities, key challenges, and demand potential. This is a momentous occasion, and we all encourage each one of us to be reading through the report, which will be available on our website. Thank you once again, honorable dignitaries. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, may I request you all to put your hands together as we celebrate this moment of the launch of the report. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now arrived at a most significant moment as I now invite our respective chief guests, Honorable Minister of State for Power and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Shripad Yashu Nayak ji, to kindly address the Assembly.
Namaskar to all of you. Dr. Eva Swaraji, Charge d'Affaires, EU Delegation to India. Sri Rajat Sekseriaji, Chair, FICCI Green Hydrogen Committee and CEO Green Hydrogen and Derivatives, Adani New Industries Limited. Sri Vipul Tuliji, Chair, FICCI RE CEOs Committee, President and CEO Renewable West CEO Hydrogen Business, Executive Director, UK Semcop Industries. Sri Srivastana Ayerji, Co-Chair, FICCI Hydrogen Energy Committee. Sri Manab Mujumdarji, Senior Advisor, FICCI. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, academicians, and partner in sustainability, good morning to all of you again. It is my distinct pleasure to address you today at the FICCI Green Hydrogen Summit 2025, an event that brings together some of the finest minds and stakeholders committed to shaping a cleaner and greener energy future for our nation and the world. The urgency of climate action has never been more pronounced. The rise in the global temperature, frequent extreme weather events, and disruption to natural ecosystem compel us to transition rapidly towards a low-carbon economy. In this context, green hydrogen stands out a promising and transformative solution. Produced through electrolyzer using renewable energy sources or biomass, green hydrogen is not only clean but also versatile. Its application across transportation, power generation, and industrial processes make it a cornerstone for decarbonizing hard-to-abate sector. India has made remarkable strides in renewable energy. As of June 2025, our cumulative installed renewable energy capacity has reached approximately 237 gigawatt. This includes 119 gigawatts of solar, 52 gigawatts of wind, and 49 gigawatt from large hydro, 5.1 gigawatt from small hydro, and nearly 12 gigawatt from other sources. If we include 8.78 gigawatt of nuclear power, our installed capacity from non-fossil sources comes to an impressive 246.28 gigawatt, which is more than 50% of the total installed power generation capacity. It is a matter of immense pride that we have achieved this key NDC target 5 years ahead of schedule. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, India has set an ambitious yet achievable target of 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel-based capacity by 2030. requiring an annual capacity addition of approximately 50 gigawatt. In addition, to meet the national green hydrogen mission's target of producing 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen by 2030, the country aims to develop an additional 125 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity dedicated specifically to green hydrogen production. Technological advancement, particularly in the solar photovoltaics and wind turbines, along with new developments in green hydrogen and floating solar panels, are driving the progress. However, challenges such as outdated grid infrastructure, land acquisition hurdles, and the need for effective energy storage solution persist. Despite these challenges, the sector's growth is fostering job creation and rural development. The Government of India launched the National Green Hydrogen Mission in 2023 with an initial outlay of 19,744 crores. The mission is a multi-pronged initiative encompassing demand creation across the priority sector, support for the electrolyzer manufacturing and target as 5 MMT green hydrogen production by 2030, research and development to drive innovation, a streamlined regulatory framework to ease the development, international cooperation to mobilize the knowledge, investment and low-cost finance, skill development and employment generation with a projection of over 6 lakhs jobs by 2030. Under the stewardship of the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, I am pleased to share that we have made substantial progress. Under Site Component 1, which aims at the electrolyzer manufacturing, 3,000 megawatt of the manufacturing capacity has been awarded to 15 companies. Under the Site Component 2, which aims at green hydrogen production, 862,000 tons per annum of production capacity has been awarded to 19 companies. We have launched pilot project in critical sectors such as steel, transport and shipping, exploring the direct use of green hydrogen. A total of 23 projects have been sanctioned under the research and development component, with another 100 plus proposals under evaluation for establishing the Center of Excellence. We are also setting up a green hydrogen testing facility within India with 3 projects already awarded in this regard. Over 100 green hydrogen standards and the protocols have been adopted or are under the development to ensure the quality and safety. Most encouragingly, 15 states have already notified their state green hydrogen policies and several others are actively working in this direction. These states are facilitating land allocation, ensuring the water availability, promoting the banking of the renewable power, and incentivizing the innovation, particularly through the development of hydrogen hubs. I am happy to note that the private sector too is playing a pioneering role in green hydrogen sector. India's companies are building giga-scale project, electrolyzer manufacturing facilities, pilot project for hydrogen mobility, blending and refueling infrastructure. Many are also forging the global partnership to ensure cost competitiveness and the position India is a reliable exporter in a global market expected to exceed 100 million metric tons by 2030. Friends, our ambition is clear. We want to make the India not only a major producer but also a global hub for green hydrogen export, aiming to capture the nearly 10% of the global demand. This will require us to continue innovating, to strengthen the certification and trading mechanism, to create offtake certainty, and to unlock the green finance through instruments such as viability gap funding, green bonds, and the multilateral bank support. I have taken the note of the concern raised by Sri Vipulji on behalf of industry. We will brainstorm on these issues, and with your cooperation, we will try to find solution wherever possible, and to mitigate this impact of surprise wherever applicable in order to make the industry thrive and realize its full potential. The journey is not without the challenges. Grid integration, storage solution, land availability, and the cost competitiveness remain the critical areas of the focus. But these challenges are solvable. With technological advance and solar PV, offshore wind, and electrolyzer efficiency, the cost of the green hydrogen already coming down and will continue to do so. This summit itself is a symbol of the collaboration we need, government, industry, academia, and civil society working hand in hand. Together, we can build a hydrogen-powered Viksit Bharat, an India that is self-reliant, sustainable, and a global leader in clean energy. Let us seize this opportunity to accelerate our energy transition, to decarbonize our industries, to create a job for our youth, and to ensure the energy security for future generation. I commend FICCI once again for its leadership in convening this platform. With collective resolve, I am confident we will unlock the immense potential of green hydrogen for India and for the world. With this word, I thank you once again. Jai Hind. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very inspiring and encouraging words. With that, we have arrived to the concluding moment of the inaugural session. May I now invite Sri Srivatsan Iyer to very briefly propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister Sri Shripad Yeso Naik ji, Dr. Iva Suara, ladies and gentlemen. I first want to second what Rajat mentioned earlier and thank the Honorable Minister, not only for his presence today, which is an important signal to the industry of the government and his personal leadership, guidance, and support. And it's not just in today's event, but in his presence consistently across all the events that have to do with green hydrogen. So I want to really thank you for taking the time off from a really busy schedule and making sure that we hear from you. To quickly wrap up, we've had a morning session, we've had a session today. I was left with 3 messages that I want to share with you guys. One is we are off to a very fast start. Sri Balaji actually was pretty optimistic in terms of where we are going, but I want to inject a note of caution. We're at very early stages in this evolution of green hydrogen. It's a long road ahead. There's going to be a lot of challenges, a lot of knowledge to be gained, and a lot of new technologies to be developed. So while there is room for optimism, I think there's also a room for a sense of caution in terms of how we proceed. Number 2 is the demand is there. As far as we are concerned, practically demand is essentially infinite. What I mean by that is there's refining, there's the fertilizer value chain, as Rajat talked about. There's long duty, heavy duty mobility where you can replace other liquid fuels. There's marine fuels, there's aviation fuels. So demand is not the challenge. It is production of the molecules that's competitive with existing solutions that's a challenge. So let's not spend a whole lot of time talking about, can I sell these molecules? Yes, if it's competitive, the demand is there. And lastly, the challenge before us as an industry is technology development and scale-up experience, because we have to get up the learning curve. And I think Vipul made some very apt comments. Everybody that's involved in this industry today, with the exception probably of one, are electron companies. We are manufacturing molecules, and I come from the industry. I spent 25 years in that industry. It's very different from producing electrons. And so we're going to learn a lot, and I hope we learn it safely, because that's really the challenge here. How do we gain the experience to go up the learning curve? Because that's the only way we're going to continue to improve technologies and reduce costs. And lastly, that's what's going to allow us to mitigate all the risks that Vipul talked about and that all of us who are in the green hydrogen space already know about. So in conclusion, let me again thank the Honorable Minister, Dr. Suwara, for all your words, and for all the panelists, both in the morning session as well as Rajat and Vipul as well, for sharing their thoughts on green hydrogen, and look forward to an interesting session the rest of the day today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude the session. May I request Honorable Minister, sir, and our dignitaries on the dais just to give us a moment for a photo opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated. Just be in the hall. And once again, we thank our Honorable Minister and our dignitaries on the dais for their valuable inputs and their valuable time. Thank you once again, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly be in the hall and remain seated while Honorable Minister leaves the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, after the inaugural session, we now have a short tea break. We will resume our first panel discussion sharp at 12 p.m. May I request the audiovisual to kindly stop the music as we are making some announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to kindly join for the networking tea. However, it's a humble request that you all join us in time for our panel discussion 1, which would be on central and state government's perspective on green hydrogen ecosystem. We will start sharp at 12. May I request you all to kindly assemble by 11:55. Thank you once again. kindly join us inside. In few moments from now, we would begin with our first panel discussion, which would be about the central and the state government's perspective on green hydrogen ecosystem. Once again, I request the organizing team members to kindly invite everyone inside the hall for us to begin with our session in time. We've been indicated that all our speakers for the session have already arrived into the session. So I request everyone to kindly assemble inside for us to begin with our session in time. Thank you.
शर्मा की भी नहीं आई होगी अभी।
Once again, requesting everyone to kindly join us inside as we are now about to begin our panel discussion 1, Central and State Government's Perspective on Green Hydrogen Ecosystem. May I have your kind attention, ladies and gentlemen? We wish to begin with our first panel discussion. May I request everyone to kindly join us inside the hall and kindly settle down with your electronic gadgets, essentially the mobile phones, on silent mode, please. Once again, requesting the organizing team members to invite all our guests who are outside the hall to kindly join us inside the hall. We are about to begin with our panel discussion 1. We have been indicated that our honorable speakers for the session have already arrived, and we are about to begin in few moments. May I request everyone to kindly settle down as we are now about to begin with our first panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After a very successful opening and inaugural session, we are now headed towards our panel discussion 1 on central and state government's perspective on green hydrogen ecosystem. This session will convene senior officials from key ministries and state to deliberate on initiatives for promotion of green hydrogen in India. Emphasis will be placed on integrating green hydrogen into hard-to-abate sectors, exploring cross-sectoral synergies and enabling policy frameworks. With those words, may I request you all to kindly join me as I welcome on stage Honorable Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Power, Government of Kerala, Shri Puneet Kumar. Namaskaram, sir. Warm welcome to you. May I also request the session moderator, partner and leader, Power and Utilities GPS Ernst & Young, LLP Shri Somesh Kumar, to kindly join us onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, respected Additional Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Sudeep Jain, is not able to join us in person, but he has sent a message for all of us, which will play in due course of time. May I now request the panelists to kindly join us onto the stage, inviting on stage Joint Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development, Government of India, Ms. Hina Usman. Namaskaram, ma'am. Warm welcome to you. I now request Member Power System, Central Electricity Authority, Government of India, Shri Vijay Kumar Singh, to kindly join us onto the stage, and on the dais we're also being joined by Head of Scientific Divisions, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Dr. Anita Gupta. And now request Private Secretary, Ministry of State, Ministry of Coal and Mines, and former Director, Ministry of Ports and Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, Shri Rituraj, to kindly join us onto the stage. May I also invite on stage Resident Commissioner and Secretary Government of India, Maharashtra, Ms. Vimala R. to kindly join us onto the stage. With those words, once again, I welcome our honorable panelists, honorable speakers, honorable distinguished members of the dais onto the stage. We welcome Honorable Additional Chief Secretary Department of Power Government of Kerala, Shri Puneet Kumarji, with a green certificate, and may I request Mr. Arpan Gupta, Director FICCI, to kindly present a green certificate to Shri Puneet Kumar and welcome him to this session. Welcome, sir. Before I request the moderator of the session, may I request Shri Puneet Kumarji to kindly give the keynote address.
Very good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists on the dais, off the dais, colleagues from the Government of India, other state governments, friends from audiovisual and print media, and all the, I would say, power enthusiasts, those who have interest in the future of the power and the fuel. It's indeed an honor to address this gathering at the FICCI Green Hydrogen Summit 2025 under the theme of Aligning Policy, Demand and Technology. This interministerial session certainly underlines both urgency as well as opportunity to craft sectoral strategies that are going to accelerate green hydrogen adoption across India, from hard-to-abate industries to the cross-sectoral integration and enabling policy frameworks. Today I am here to share Kerala's vision, where green hydrogen is not just an energy alternative but a cornerstone for the sustainable growth and the national leadership. Through our nodal agency, which is Agency for New and Renewable Energy Research and Technology, popularly known as ANERT, we are laying the foundation for this transition by bringing together policy, innovation, and industry to unlock the full potential of this frontier. Friends, as all of you know, that the world is racing towards the net zero, green hydrogen is emerging not just as a futuristic concept, but as a bridge between the ambition and the execution. Solar and wind power have achieved remarkable cost reductions, yet the intermittency creates balancing challenges. Batteries are also making a lot of advancements, but their scalability for the industrial, heat, shipping, or fertilizer production remains limited. Green hydrogen perhaps can fill up this gap, which is a clean, storable, and transportable energy vector that can decarbonize steel, cement, fertilizer, chemicals, long-haul transport including railways and shipping. The International Energy Agency projects hydrogen could meet up 10% of the global final energy demand by 2050. But that is possible only if we are able to scale up green hydrogen's production and use decisively. Today, more than 95% of the hydrogen produced is still grey, which is derived from the fossil fuels, and it is being used in various industrial sectors. The breakthrough lies in replacing this with hydrogen from renewables, delivery, both emission reduction and also industrial competitiveness. Friends, This is not just an environmental imperative, but also an economic one, and I would like to draw attention to the references from the World Bank's 2024 Green Hydrogen Development Report, which makes it amply clear that countries that will build early capabilities from electrolyzer manufacturing to green ammonia exports will secure strategic position in global value chains. For India, this means decarbonizing industry while positioning ourselves as a hub for the green hydrogen production and trade. India's opportunity is basically very uniquely placed in today's times with abundant renewable resources, rapidly falling solar and wind tariffs, and an ambitious national green hydrogen mission. Everybody knows what are the targets for 2030. I'll not take much time in just highlighting 4 or 5 of them. 5 MMT of annual green hydrogen capacity, 125 gigawatt of additional renewables, 8 lakh crores Indian rupees in investments, over 1 lakh crore rupees savings from the fossil fuel imports. Perhaps these numbers are very, very laudable, but they alone will not help us secure the global leadership. Our success would certainly depend upon aligning our policy, demand, and technology, which I think all of you have assembled here to deliberate upon, the very theme of today's summit. Green hydrogen must not be seen as a standalone fuel, but as a strategic instrument of the power system stability and industrial decarbonization. Primarily, 3 areas have to be addressed: scale and competitiveness, which means bringing in indigenous electrolyzer at a very competitive pricing, and components manufacturing. Industries like Reliance, L&T, Hild, Adani New Industries, even Ohmium operations have already ushered in with lots of new advancements. In fact, Ohmium operations, proton exchange membrane electrolyzers offer quite a huge promise which can bring down the cost of electrolyzer, as is learnt on the basis of the initial discussions and unfolding of their agenda. Second thing is infrastructure, which is linked to the pipelines, storage, ports, refueling stations, blending frameworks, and testing centers. The third one is policy and finance, which require clarity on the taxation, carbon pricing, and green finance to unlock the private capital. Without private enterprise coming in and chipping in with huge stakes, this dream cannot be realized. India can replicate in hydrogen the cost leadership which we have once achieved in the sectors of the IT and pharmaceuticals also, and we can certainly emerge as a global clean energy powerhouse provided we are able to address all these 3 major areas where we need to gear up. Coming to the Kerala's role and the vision, I would like to inform you that hydrogen, which is the fuel of the future, is a transformative enabler of the grid stability, long duration, storage, and deep decarbonization. It allows us to capture surplus solar and wind power and feed it back into the system through fuel cells or turbines, ensuring reliability and minimal curtailment in a renewable rich grid. In Kerala, using the Prime Minister's Surya Urja Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, our rooftop solar has picked up very fast and it has been scaled up in last 1.5 years. We have more than 110,000 installations already completed, and we are trying to complete our given target much before the deadline of March 2027. In order to further move on these, our pathways are also far more ambitious than the national agenda. Kerala is likely to go 100% renewable energy by 2040 as against 2047 of the national target. Similarly, we are likely to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 rather than 2070. With abundant renewable potential, a skilled workforce, and ports like Vizhinjam and Cochin, Kerala is certainly poised to meet local demand and emerge as a gateway for India's green hydrogen and green ammonia exports. Economically, this transition is likely to attract 20,000 crore rupees in Indian investments in Kerala and create over 3,600 high-value jobs. Environmentally, it will help us abate nearly 500,000 tons of the CO2 by 2040, decarbonizing hard-to-abate industries and also the transport. It will enhance our energy security, spur innovation, and power unique opportunities from hydrogen houseboats in Alapura to converting invasive water hyacinth into the biogenic hydrogen. This is a problem which we have taken up as an opportunity, and these kinds of situations in other states wherever they have this kind of local geospecific advantages can also look up to. In short, Kerala's strategy is about building a resilient, low-carbon economy that integrates climate ambition with jobs, innovation, and global leadership. Our roadmap has already started taking shape with some of the flagship initiatives, one of which is Hydrogen Valley Innovation Cluster in Kerala, which is being run through our agency called INERT, and it spans Kochi, Alapura, and Thiruvananthapuram. It is likely to showcase the full hydrogen value chain from electrolysis and biomass production to hydrogen-powered boats and buses, while anchoring a center of excellence for the R&D and training. To add to this, that IIT Palghat and ISER and Digital University Kerala are going to play major important role, lead role in R&D initiatives and efforts while this HVIC progresses. Second, hydrogen mobility project which is being planned with the ARAI. Kerala will be one of the first states to deploy both fuel cell as well as hydrogen internal combustion trucks, HICE, for long-haul transport, cutting emissions from a sector that contributes to nearly 20% of our carbon footprint in Kerala. In addition, Cochin Green Hydrogen Hub, in partnership with the German agency GIZ, 18,542 crore project is proposed to deliver 1 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity, 120 kiloton of hydrogen annually, and export infrastructure through Vizhinjam port, linking producers with industry and global markets. Few more innovative pilots which I mentioned are regarding the biogenic hydrogen production out of the water hyacinth. Kerala, as you know, has lots of water bodies where hyacinth also creates a major problem. But then, as we mentioned, this can be taken as an opportunity for producing the biogenic hydrogen. Similarly, Cochin International Airport, which is completely solar-powered airport, has already almost completed its 500 kilowatt electrolyzer, and that is in conjunction with the Bharat Petroleum, and this is likely to be inaugurated very soon, I believe in another month's time. So together, this pilot itself is going to generate a lot of consciousness and awareness amongst masses, and the hydrogen buses will be plying between the airport to Idapalli, which is a town near Cochin. Kerala's commitment is very clear. We will be the crucible where green hydrogen moves from promise to practice, from pilots to full-scale ecosystems, from local innovation to the global export. But our journey is not Kerala's alone. India's true strength lies in its ability to scale local leadership into national momentum. All of us perhaps can start various nuclei in different states. As the states pioneer, the nation accelerates. Green hydrogen gives us the chance not only to decarbonize, but also to drive economic renewal, strengthen energy security, and cement India's role as a global climate leader as well. Together, let us turn this opportunity into action, the vision into leadership, and I am very sure that the deliberations during the course of the day in this summit will unfold a lot of new ideas, and people will go with a lot of takeaways and get into their actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very valuable words from you. We have a very short audiovisual message from Additional Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Sudeep Jain. May I request the audiovisual team to kindly play the same.
Distinguished guests, policymakers,
Volume.
industry leaders, and academicians, a very good morning to all of you. It is truly a privilege to join you at this important interministerial session on sectoral allocations of green hydrogen during the FICCI Green Hydrogen Summit 2025. We stand today at the threshold of a transformative energy transition. Green hydrogen is not just another energy source. It is a new currency of energy independence. It gives us a chance to meet our climate commitments, reduce dependence on imported fossil fuels, and stimulate a new wave of industrial innovation. As someone once joked, the Stone Age did not end because we ran out of stones. It ended because we discovered something better. In the same way, the fossil age will not end because we run out of coal or oil, but because we embrace something cleaner, smarter, and more sustainable. Under the National Green Hydrogen Mission, the Government of India has set an ambitious yet achievable target, 5 million tons of green hydrogen production annually by 2030. Our vision rests on 3 strong pillars: strategic policy support to create demand and markets, financial incentives to kickstart investments, and domestic manufacturing of electrolyzers and critical components. With an outlay of 19,744 crore, the mission is expected to add 125 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity required to feed the electrolyzers that would be manufacturing 5 million tons of green hydrogen, mobilize 8 lakh crore in investments, create over 6 lakh jobs, and avert nearly 50 million metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions annually. This is not just about climate action. It is also about jobs, growth, and competitiveness. I'm pleased to share that significant progress has already been made. We have awarded incentives for electrolyzer manufacturing for 3,000 megawatt per year. This has been awarded to 15 companies. In the production side, awards have already been given to 19 companies for production of 8.62 lakh tons of hydrogen annually. Another 7.24 lakh tons of ammonia production under evaluation, and with bids received at rupees 52 per kg. This makes India truly the leader in green hydrogen sector. But let us be clear, scaling green hydrogen is not only about producing molecules. It is about creating a complete ecosystem. That means driving demand in hard-to-abate sectors like steel, fertilizer, refining, shipping, building infrastructure for storage, pipelines, and transport, and equipping people with the right skills to power this economy. This is where today's interministerial dialogue becomes so crucial. No single ministry can deliver this transformation in isolation. To succeed, we must align sectoral policies, harmonize standards, and pool resources to unlock synergies across industry, transport, power, shipping, and renewable energy. To this end, yet again, several pilots have already been awarded. 5 pilots in the steel sector, in the shipping sector, 2 ships being retrofitted and bunkering facilities being created at Tuticorin port. In the mobility sector, yet another 5 pilots awarded to deploy 37 hydrogen vehicles and 9 refueling stations. Additionally, 4 Hydrogen Valley innovation clusters are already moving forward at Jodhpur, Bhubaneswar, Pune, and at Enert, Kerala. India is also leading in setting green hydrogen standards. 140 standards recommended and 128 already adopted. Green hydrogen certification scheme also launched in April 2025 to promote research and development across entire value chain of green hydrogen. 23 projects have already been awarded at 115 crore, and another round of projects are under evaluation. Proposals for creating a center of excellence is also under evaluation. Testing facilities are being created. 5 projects have been awarded under that, and under skill development, several programs are already on. India's ambition is not limited to production volumes. We must also lead in next generation hydrogen technologies, high efficiency electrolyzers, hydrogen-based fuel cells, advanced storage and distribution systems. If we succeed here, India won't just meet its domestic needs, it will become a major exporter of solutions to the world. Friends, green hydrogen is not merely a fuel, it is a pathway to a cleaner, more resilient, and more prosperous India. As we deliberate today, I urge all stakeholders, think ambitiously, act collaboratively, stay committed to both decarbonization and inclusive growth. The story of energy transition is being written now, and India must not just participate, we must lead. Thank you. Jai Hind.
That was a very thoughtful and informative message from respected Additional Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Sudeep Jain. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move forward with the panel discussion, and to take over, may I request Shri Somesh Kumar, the moderator of the session, to kindly take over. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those were very good addresses. So welcome to all the panelists, distinguished panelists here, and it's a very apt moment in time to have an interministerial session like this. And it's not just, I think, interministerial session, it is also a session with the participation of center and states. So that enriches it further. I again think it's a very, as I said, very rich panel, and as Sudeep sir said, no one ministry can make it happen, and that's the point which was emphasized in the morning also, that the ecosystem needs to be brought about by several stakeholders. So besides the representation of the central government and DST, we have representation from almost all the relevant ministries, being power, railways, coal, shipping, and skill development as well, besides the representation of the states from Maharashtra and Kerala. So I have been given a very difficult task to finish this session in 45 minutes. And it's a big panel, very learned panel, so we could, I'm sure, have many more views from the panel. But I propose to follow a format. I will go to each panelists and ask one or two questions, and I would request to keep your comments within 5 to 6 minutes, so that if there are any questions for audience, we can have 10 minutes later for that as well. So let me quickly start with Anita ma'am, Dr. Anita Gupta, who's the head of scientific divisions at DST, Government of India. So ma'am, we talked a lot about policies, we talked a lot about things which are happening, which are in the making, and every successive auction that comes now, we are seeing the prices go down. It's a result or an outcome of lots of things happening. One of them, very notably, is the innovations which are happening. So my question to you is, how do you think DST can support technology readiness, more importantly innovation, including through R&D in green hydrogen, and also what role do you see as public-private partnership playing in this area? So couple of questions embedded. I hope you can answer in 5 minutes, ma'am. Thank you.
So, thank you. In fact, a lot has been talked about from the government perspective. We heard from the previous Secretary MNRE, then just now Sudeep ji, and in the later also Abhay Bhakre ji representing NGHM will be there to really share what government intent is towards green hydrogen taking roots. But how many of you heard PM from Red Fort ramparts speaking about various activities where India should position itself towards Viksit Bharat? And if you could really gauge the kind of significance and the importance thrust upon was obviously on the technology. Secondly, on the clean energy, you can say activities which India has forayed into, and the central message was to be Atmanirbhar. So we need to be self-reliant when we talk of any technology shift, and there rests the major pillar of what are the research, development and innovation capabilities existing indigenously. So as a part of the prime extramural funding body, which I am representing, Department of Science and Technology, currently heading climate, energy and sustainable technology within that. So we have a lot of role to play in charting and unveiling the most vibrant ecosystem from the country perspective, and therefore we need to really strengthen the institutional capabilities. We need to really identify, create you can say groups of researchers who could undertake research, development and innovation. So once that is really charted out, what are the research priorities? We need to really sit together with all the key stakeholders, be it industry, be it the off-takers, what are the key challenges and how do we devise the R&D agenda for, to say in this particular domain is green hydrogen. So we need to break down the entire value chain, because the chain is as strongest as its weakest link. So each link has to be really dealt in detail. We need to really have a complete analysis, SWOT analysis of each links. So if you say hydrogen value chain, obviously first is the production, and production is like water splitting. Electrolyzers, do we have electrolyzers in India? If you are importing, what needs to be done to really manufacture electrolyzers in the country, and what are the current efficiency, flexibility, how we can really, if you are importing electrolyzers, how do we make them adaptable to India's conditions, given the kind of RE integration and RE mix, energy mix we have. Electrolyzers need to be start up and shut down. What bearing will it have on the efficiency, degradation, durability? So all these aspects are research topics as of now. And what are the technologies which are at the, what kind of TRLs or technology readiness level these technologies have? Gold standards usually alkaline one, then PEM, then at R&D stage which is anion, AEMs are coming up, then solid oxide. So these are at R&D stage. So we need to strengthen those capabilities from the electrolyzers perspective. From coming back to India's own positioning, we have a vast coastline. Can we have a you can say seawater electrolysis to be membraneless electrolyzers. So these are the areas and topic of research. And when we come to the another piece of link in the hydrogen value chain, whether it's storage or transportation, what are the new technologies, whether it is like metal hydrides, or it is chemical borohydrides, or it is liquid oxygen LOHC. So what are the research capabilities in India? So as a funding body, we are strengthening those capabilities to have that kind of research intensified and with the kind of rigor we are putting in. And then also from the off-takers perspective, whatever technology is done at lab level, it really is so challenging to translate any technology from lab to market, and to really advance from technology readiness level to manufacturing readiness level. So can we really demonstrate those kind of technologies on site at field level? It could be a very small level, and then that will generate lot of confidence from the industry for adoption, because ultimately transition towards any technology will rest on three pillars. One is technology advancement, second is market adoption, industry adoption, and third is the kind of infrastructure and ecosystem which has been generated within the country. So in all these aspects, and DST is the prime mover of PPP partnership. Hydrogen Valley has been talked about in today's session, and we only conceptualize the concept of Hydrogen Valley Innovation Cluster, guided by the global platform where India is a founding member, that is Mission Innovation on Clean Energy. And as a part of the ongoing 7 missions currently for clean energy transition, one of the mission is Clean Hydrogen Mission. 100 hydrogen valleys are to be set up across the globe. So India committed to set up 4 hydrogen valleys, and it has been an exercise of more than 2 years involving close to 30 odd stakeholders, and we developed this whole program. And then as a whole of government approach, we have been advised to integrate with National Green Hydrogen Mission, and in last couple of months this has finally been integrated, and then funds are just about to be released. So formally Hydrogen Valley Innovation Cluster, rolled out and conceptualized by DST, is getting integrated with MNRE's Green Hydrogen Mission, and intent is that although production target is 2 TPD per day or 200 tons per year, that's the kind of production target which we are putting up. The 4 valleys are coming up, but it is a consortia model, because off-takers are already lined up. In many cases it is on-site production, on-site utilization to just cut down the cost of transportation. Then off-takers, it's a mix, like in Kerala it could be in the shipping mobility domain, where in the Jodhpur it is sort of blending with city gas 2%. City gas blending is also apart from mobility, while in Bhubaneswar it will be set up in IIT Bhubaneswar premises, and it will be used for mobility because Hero is also part. And apart from that, hydrogen as a fuel will be used to power the mining equipments, because that's a resource rich place. So it will be used to really fuel that mining trucks. And also there is a host of applications hydrogen valleys will really experiment with, and based on those learnings it will feed into the bigger you can say production targets which are envisaged under hydrogen hubs of MNRE. So it is not only governments, we have to really, even for R&D, we need to really engage with industry in a big way through consortia and public-private partnership program.
Thank you, ma'am, for those comments. You have a very important role. I mean, besides the hydrogen valleys, I think the next phase of the entire competitiveness of the sector will come from the research and innovation which you are spearheading, of course with the help of private sector. So very, very important. Thanks for that. in the interest of time, I'll just move on, and I propose to first bring in panelists from the other ministries and then go on to the states. So going to Shri Vijay Kumar ji, power is one of the most important ingredients for green hydrogen. We have Shri Vijay Kumar, who's a member power systems with CEA. Sir, I have two questions for you, two primary issues for green hydrogen. One relates to renewables, of course, which are the key ingredients for green hydrogen. So what can be done more, or what can CEA help in terms of regulatory or other changes to integrate renewable energy sources with green hydrogen or make it better? And the second is, how can CEA facilitate access to transmission infrastructure better for large-scale green hydrogen production?
Okay, thank you for the question. So, regarding availability of power for the manufacturing of the green hydrogen and green ammonia, all of us know that main input for production of hydrogen is the water, electrolyzer, and the power. Honorable Minister of Power during his opening speech today mentioned that requirement of 125 gigawatt RE power corresponding to 5 MMTPA green hydrogen as per the mission targets. So, for this 125 gigawatt RE capacity, CEA has already planned, and one of the important roles CEA play is to plan the transmission project for evacuation of power from generation to transmission to load center. So, in this regard, CEA has already formulated the National Electricity Plan for transmission corresponding to 500 gigawatt RE capacity by the year 2030. CEA not only plan this transmission project but also facilitate the expediting the statutory clearance to ensure that and also provide support in the ROW issue so that all the transmission project is completed in time. As far the requirement of transmission is concerned, so corresponding to MNRE target, one meeting with the manufacturer of the green hydrogen and green ammonia meeting was held in CA, and we analyzed what is the likely requirement of the power corresponding to this green hydrogen and green ammonia production capacity. So, so we have worked out the requirement of power up to 2030 additional requirement. So we have chalk out the figure that additional requirement of power correspond to year 2026-27 is 12,000 megawatt, and next year, that is 2027-28, it is 16,000 megawatt, and after that there is a requirement of 17,000 megawatt, and in the last year, that is 2029-30, there is a huge requirement of 25,000. Altogether, there is additional requirement of about 70,000 megawatt. This figure has arrived based on discussion in CA with the manufacturer of the green hydrogen and green ammonia. So now our role is how to make available this quantum to the manufacturing plant of the green hydrogen and green ammonia. And also we discuss this issue with the MNRE, and the location where green hydrogen and green ammonia is likely to come in the western coast and eastern coast of the country, in the Gujarat, Kandla and Paradip, in the Odisha, West Bengal and Karnataka, and also Kochi, Kerala. So all the port, there is a map we have worked out, that is Kakinada, Gopalpur, Paradip. So we discussed this issue and also the what is the timeline when this plant will come. So we have already planned the transmission requirement under ISTS. MNRE has given the requirement for the 75,000 megawatt. But when we discuss this issue with the developer, this figure has come down to 70,300 something, roughly let us say 70,000 megawatt. So, and this 70,000 megawatt load is not coming at the same time. Already I mentioned that it is coming 26, 27 to 2029, 30. So, for this we have already planned, and in fact this power requirement to transmit the power for the Gopalpur, Paradip and Mundra transmission project has already been awarded and it is under construction. For other locations in Gujarat like Mundra, Kandla, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Kakinada, Tuticorin, etc., these projects are under bidding. So, availability of power from Ministry of Power, I would like to assure that there is no shortage of power as far and there is no transmission constraint as on today. So, we have already on the job, and as per the load requirement for the green hydrogen plant, we have already planned this transmission project. In fact, at Kandla port for the green hydrogen, the bidding was completed, but it is already this SPV transfer has been put on hold because there is no visibility. Similarly, for other location also, we have planned the transmission project, but there is no visibility for whether this green hydrogen, green ammonia will come or not. So, we are deliberately going slow. So, once demand will be clear in other session also, I hope the MNRE is looking into. So, once it will be clear cut signal will be given to Ministry of Power, so we will further expedite for the planning of the transmission project, and RE plant already is there. Next question, I think it was renewable, and also regarding how this can be integrate the electrolyzer also. So, I don't think at this time there is much requirement of a need for regulatory changes. Personally, I don't believe in more and more regulation, but I believe in more and more 100% implementation of the existing regulations. So, already Ministry of Government of India is providing all the support for manufacturing of the electrolyzer in the country. We all know that there is a shortage of electrolyzer. Already most of the electrolyzer are imported, and that is very costly. So, in the meeting held in the Ministry of Power, MNRE was also there in that meeting under Honorable Minister of Power. I was also attending that meeting as a participant on behalf of CA. So, Government of India is providing the PLI for manufacturing of the electrolyzer, and our Department of Science and Technology, Madam already mentioned that together we all are working to how this cost can become down. A lot of R&D is required, and as far policy support is required, ISTS waiver is very important policy decision has taken by Government of India. We have already waived ISTS charges for all the electrolyzer commissioned by December 2030 for next 25 years from the date of commissioning. Apart from that, there is no need for environmental clearance for the green hydrogen, green ammonia plant, and also we are providing the open access on a priority basis. There is a single window clearance for green hydrogen, green ammonia plant, and all the statutory clearance requirement. Also, we are talking how to facilitate for the banking for the 30-day RE energy used for the hydrogen ammonia plant. So, these are some of the policy initiative Government of India has already taken. I hope in this conference FICCI has also invited the manufacturer of the green hydrogen, green ammonia, and I would like to assure once again, if there is a demand, since time is limited, how to go ahead for this, whether there is enough demand for green hydrogen and green ammonia or not, what is the time frame in transport area, shipping area, steel industries. So, all the ministry had to work together, And if there is any regulation, there is a need for any regulation, of course, I would request the FICCI to approach the Ministry of MNRE and Ministry of Power. Definitely, if there is a requirement for changing regulation, maybe if there is a need for changing CA regulation or CRC regulation, then definitely GOI will take the necessary steps.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for those comments. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, you all again have a very vital role to play. Power sector is a very important constituent in the entire green hydrogen journey. So I'm sure a lot of private developers and players will have follow-on questions and comments for you. But time permitting, we'll look at that. But just moving on, I would now like to bring Mr. Rituraj Mishra ji, just towards the end of the dais. So he's the Private Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Minister of State, and also former Director, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. So I think we'll bring your hat of ports and shipping more than the coal one here, sir. Two very simple questions. I mean, we all know where, shipping and the ports is one sector where green hydrogen, facilities, bunkering or otherwise can be set up, and also they can be big enablers of export of green hydrogen outside India. So, but in terms of, decarbonizing just the shipping and port operations, sir, what do you think? How can green hydrogen contribute to that? And what role can ports play in enabling hydrogen exports? To some extent, sir, we all know, but something additional if you can add on. Thank you. And please, I again request 5 minutes. We have very limited time. I'm sorry for that.
So it will be less than 5 minutes, don't worry. As it was said that I have to wear the hat of Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. So most important thing is you can observe one thing, the India's energy journey and its association with ports. Large ports are very near to the refineries. If you talk about Kandla, if you talk about Mumbai, if you talk about Visakhapatnam, if you talk about Cochin. So energy and port are very much associated with that. It was associated in fossil fuel. Now it is showing the very high correlation with green hydrogen. I can give you some example. Basically, this green hydrogen concept, it came around 22 in market when private sector was enthusiastic to participate. Earlier we got request that this green hydrogen, we need support for green hydrogen export, and there was a push from different private parties that we should give certain subsidies for land in ports. And we were also not very confident whether green hydrogen industry will be sustainable without any subsidy. But when we went for auction of the land for green hydrogen, we got results which were amazing. It was 10 to 12 times higher than our reserve rates in Kandla. And similar story has played out in VOCPA. We have identified 3 ports as a green hydrogen hub. One is Kandla, which is having enormous land. Another is VOCPA, that is in south of Tuticorin, and another is Paradip. All responses we got, and it was very satisfying from our side that private players are only asking for land and they want infrastructure support, like they want electricity should be there, they want jetty should be there, they want bunkering should be there. Rest everything they can manage. The confidence we got from that industry. As if now in Kandla port, we are expecting around 1 to 2 lakh of investment in green hydrogen. There are many big players who have taken land. One small plant of 1 megawatt, that is by L&T, it is started working. So it's not about that someday we will produce green hydrogen. No, we are producing green hydrogen, and we are using that green hydrogen in our buses and trucks in Kandla. We are using hydrogen engine, IC engine based buses and trucks in Kandla. We are using that hydrogen, and similarly we are trying to do it in VOCPA. So I see in port sector there is a clear success story, and we are also, see, one more important point I want to just mention. Ports are already dealing with ammonia. So green hydrogen will not be used directly, or it will only be transported as of now in form of green ammonia. So ports are already dealing with green ammonia. We have already made infrastructure for green ammonia. Our jetties are prepared. Some bunkering required little tweak, but our bunkering is also ready. So our ports are ready. Now we are in discussion with different ports to create a green corridor. Our MOU with government to government MOU with Singapore, when I say our means Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. So when see our MOU with Singapore, VOCPA, Kandla is ready, where we will give green fuel to ship from Kandla, and again it will be refueled in Singapore. So such kind of arrangements are there. Ministry of Shipping has taken aggressive steps to promote that, and we are getting the success in it. Where we are having land, we are focusing on generation, transportation and export facilities, and we are having less land. There we are only focusing on bunkering and fueling. That is the story of green hydrogen in ports. Just wearing the hat of Ministry of Coal. So if you go by the story of Australia and Germany, you have heard the name Ruhr area. The Ruhr area was famous or infamous for coal production. So now what Germany is doing? Germany is transforming that coal producing area into green hydrogen producing area. Same thing is being done by CIL. They are having PPP projects. They have designed PPP projects, and they have had MOU with private players for coming up with green hydrogen. And they are also having MOU with certain more companies for creating renewable energy for green hydrogen. In that way, we are heading for just transition approach for coal sector as well as port sector in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ports again very important, and additional point on coal which you mentioned again, how we can use that, repurpose. The German example that you gave is very relevant. Now let me move on to Ms. Hina Usman. A very important perspective which is often missed. She's a Joint Secretary of Ministry of Skill Development, Government of India. So while we talk all about policies, economics, etc., often we miss the softer element of it, which is very, very important. Even in this conference, I met many people who are talking about skills, education, programs, curriculum for green hydrogen sector. So, ma'am, what is your ministry's roadmap for creating a skilled workforce for hydrogen and green hydrogen, and how do you see your partnership spanning with industry, academia for this important sector?
Yeah, thank you. So
as we all know, the ministry remains committed to this, creating very focused efforts for creating a skilled workforce which can support the hydrogen economy across the entire value chain. So there was a skill gap study also which was conducted, and we found that there's a lot of workforce requirement across production, across storage, transportation, distribution, and even the end use applications. And we find that, of course, there is a critical shortage of the skilled engineers, technicians who are capable of handling the various hydrogen specific systems such as your electrolyzers, compressors, pipelines, storage facilities, and also the safety infrastructure. Now, in line with that, we also appreciate that some skills can be adapted from the adjacent sectors such as oil, gas, petrochemicals, power, renewables, and manufacturing, and even companies which are involved in producing electrolyzers and hydrogen handling equipment. So the need is to also provide some kind of a skilling which is able to adapt these skills which already exist. And under the National Green Hydrogen, under the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, we have already trained about 6,500 people in various job roles like that of the plant technician, power, electrolyzer, etc. But the most important, the need which has arisen is in that middle level job roles, which would be NSQF level 4 to 6. And towards that, again, we appreciate that smaller plants would have different requirements where more maybe a workforce would be required, and then compared to the larger plants where they would be more capital intensive. You will appreciate that the ministry has also come up with an ITI upgradation scheme, wherein we propose to upgrade the existing ITI infrastructure. So in alignment with that, the DGT ecosystem has already created a specific course under the Craftsman Training Scheme, which is called the Hydrogen Production Technician course, and it has an entry level qualification which is very, very minimal, which is like 10th pass, and then a 1-year course. Now, the partnerships between the industry and the academia are also very important, and under the ITI upgradation scheme, industry also has a very important role to play. So while there are various sector skill councils, we also look at setting up a center of excellence in the NSTIs or the ITI industry clusters, which are, would be coming up under the scheme, so that there is a focal point and hands-on training can also be given to the students or the people who are undergoing these kind of trainings. And the industry's role, of course, is critical, where they can be partners in co-creating the curricula, defining the occupational standards, and also offering the apprenticeship opportunities so that a hands-on experience can be there. There can be various courses based on simulated technologies also, so which can enable the people to get a hands-on experience. And programs under the National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme will also be leveraged to ensure that these trainees then gain a hands-on experience in the live projects, which would then hold them in good stead. And hydrogen-related modules need to be embedded in the ITI curricula, the diploma courses, university-level programs, so that the workforce pipeline can be sort of broadened. And the curricula, as I mentioned, should be evolving dynamically in requirement of the industry, because they need to be reviewed, they need to be adapted more to the ongoing requirements. And as I already mentioned, there's an upskilling required for adjacent skilled workforce in adjacent sectors like, oil, gas, who may possess the foundational technical knowledge, but they will need more specific knowledge, especially related to the hydrogen sectors. And as I already mentioned, that there is also a need to prepare the youth so that they are able to have international mobility also in these sectors, as this is a sector which is a growing sector not only in the country but also worldwide. So towards that end also our various sectors would be aligned at, our various centers would be aligned at training the the students and the youth in the various facets of this. So we are focusing on this, and we are coming up with job roles and trying to align the curricula with the industry requirements, the various NSQF levels, and the nano and the micro credentials in this context will also become very relevant, especially in cases where you have to adapt the existing skill courses. And the Skill India Digital Hub, as you all know, is an online platform, and that can also be leveraged for imparting these nano and these micro modules, which can then be embedded in the upskilling kind of endeavors. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Very, very important initiatives. It's often undermined sometimes or not, brought out enough. But as we scale up this journey, skill requirement is very, very important, and availability of those skills. Moving on to our eminent panelists from the states. Puneet Kumar sir, ACS, Department of Power, Government of Kerala already gave a very succinct inaugural address. I think so. Just one question. I think you already outlined the vision of Kerala, for renewable energy and green hydrogen. So, any other points you would like to make, sir? Particularly how you are attracting investments into this sector. Some of the incentives, if you would like to highlight, or some governance model that Kerala is following for adopting, and incentivizing green hydrogen projects. So, anything in addition to what you said, sir, in your address?
Well, I have already spoken about the 4 major initiatives, starting with the HVICs, then our mobility project with the ARI, and also the hydrogen hub at Kochi, apart from various other biogenic production through the biomass of hyacinth in backwaters and other water bodies. We have already completed our pilot, which is there to be seen and realized. Very soon it will be starting its regular production, and it can scale up to almost 2000 kilograms per day. And everything is now basically going right now on solar. We do not have much potential for wind, but through all these initiatives, we are focusing on innovation, bringing in a lot of public-private partnerships. We have planned almost 200 crores in our budget, the state budget, through which we will be giving some VGF and support to the startups also. And our Kerala Startup Mission is really picking up such kind of potential startups who have promises and who can actually bring in a lot of private enterprise as well. While I would like to highlight that Kerala, as you may be aware, in conjunction with MITI, we have a joint venture, India Innovation Center for the Production of Graphene, IICG, at Cochin, which is in Maker City, Cochin. It is also working in advancements in conjunction with the Digital University, Kerala. We have already some discussions going on with some potential partners who will be using ethanol to produce green hydrogen and to the carbon capture utilization and storage, taking it to production of very high quality graphene. And this synergy which we already have is likely to help us and perhaps attract a lot more private sector participation, public-private partnerships being forged in Kerala. As I mentioned in my address also, Vizhinjam and Cochin, these are 2 major ports. Cochin Shipyard, Kerala Metro Rail Limited, Kerala Water Metro, Kerala State Inland Navigation Corporation. These are going to be our partners from the industry side, apart from BPCL, Travancore, Kochi Chemicals, etc. So with all these agencies starting various different kinds of projects for the production of the green hydrogen and utilizing the existing synergy, we are quite hopeful that infrastructure wise we are having some support for the private sector. They would certainly be looking up to Virinjam. Virinjam is, as you know, is the deep water port. Once it starts its full scale operations, it will be one of the ideal destinations for the production and export of green ammonia and green hydrogen. We already have lots of queries from some of the eminent companies like Renew Power, Infinity, etc. And these companies have shown a lot of interest in putting up their production plants. So with these things, I think Kerala is quite well poised to attract private sector participation and good investments.
Yeah, no, I think sir, Kerala has been leading this journey, and we've seen the kind of the initiatives that Kerala has taken and the kind of response that it has got. So hope to continue with that journey. It's definitely the hotspot, as I would say, for green hydrogen journey. Thank you, sir, for that. And last but not the least, we have Ms. Vimla from Maharashtra. She is Resident Commissioner and Secretary, Government of Maharashtra. Ma'am, we would just like to understand, we heard from Kerala, we saw, so just to create some, competition there, what is Maharashtra's vision for green hydrogen ecosystem and, some of the incentives? You don't need to elaborate all the incentives, but just some of the incentives that you are thinking to provide under the state policy and for anchor units as well. So just in brief, ma'am, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for inviting Maharashtra for this very important conference. I'd just like to bring to your notice that when technology comes, we all know, many of us are from my generation when the mobile phone came, and we all know the cost which was there for mobile phones. We never even used to pick up our calls. Incoming call was not free, and when we used to make calls, we used to think. So what is the biggest problem for green hydrogen today also is the cost, I suppose. And anyone who's sitting in this room, har ek ke man mein yahi hai ki cost kaise kam hoga. Or everyone is looking at government only, obviously, because government is always the person who handholds, and definitely that is why Government of India has also doubled the budget. As we all know, it's gone almost from 300 to 600 crores now probably for the sector. So definitely infrastructure cost, transportation cost, electricity cost, storage, these are the things which will be there primemost in every person who's sitting here, even though food must be in their mind right now for the lunch break. But beyond food, I'm sure everyone is thinking कि कैसे पैसे का जुगाड़ करें कि भाई हमारा ये जो cost है इसको हम कैसे नीचे लाएं. So 40% cost anyway government is going to help, and specifically my government of Maharashtra, we already were the forefront and pioneers in coming up with this policy, green policy, which is there in 2023. And what was that? In that already he has told me not to highlight because it is there in the book. But I cannot resist highlighting these points that under this policy we had already targeted to produce almost like 500 KTP of green hydrogen annually. The process for registration was simplified under this policy, where we felt that we should give as much as possible concession to the people who want to come into this nascent and growing industry. Because it's not only that we have to give back to our earth and we have to protect our environment, that is one part, but at the same time we have to facilitate the industries which are there and make them feel confident. So MOUs have been signed, and there's 100% exemption for 10 years standalone project, or 100% exemption for hybrid projects which are there for 15 years, 10 years which is there. There is a concession in transmission charges, wheeling charges, 50% concession for standalone projects which are there for almost 10 years amongst there, 60% concession for 10 years for other projects which are there. Then we realize that blending of energies, like whether you have CNG or PNG, how do you really synergize, converge that? So even in that, Government of Maharashtra has come to the forefront, and we are giving up to 50% subsidy per kg for green hydrogen for 5 years, any of these conversions. And for fuel-based vehicles which are there. So for the first 500 vehicles which will be there in the State Transport Corporation or the local transport authority, we are giving them subsidies of almost about 30%, which would come to almost about 60 lakhs per vehicle. Or there is also for refueling stations. So every aspect, if you think, so there's almost about a 30% subsidy for refueling stations which are there, which is almost up to 4.5 crores per station. There is subsidy for transportation also of green hydrogen, because that is one of the things. How do you set up a pipeline? How do you manage this? So there is a 30% subsidy up to 2.5 crores for up to 50 kilometers. There is also simplified. People want exemption in taxes, any tax, stamp duty. तो ये सारा आपके लिए हमने अच्छा खासा bucket और budget basket बना रखा है. You have like all the exemptions which are there. So even anchor units, so we came up that with 3 anchor units, if you are there, you'll have 100% exemption from electricity duty for 15 years, 50% concession in transmission and wheeling charges for 20 years, capital subsidy for the cost, 30% of the cost is there in MMR region, experimental projects if there are there. We had come up with a policy that only up to 30 KTPA we were giving them concessions, but right now the government modified its policy, and from between 2 KTPA to 15 KTPA we are giving concessions for transmission of these and wheeling concessions also. So every step, like government of Maharashtra is a double engine sarkar, as you all know, and government of Maharashtra with our dynamic chief minister Devendra Fadnavis ji, who is there, and the energy minister there, our secretary who is there, the principal secretary, Amba Shukla ma'am. We are all geared. We have an institution like MEDA in Pune, which is there to support you. So any anchor unit which wants to come up with a minimum capacity of 50 KTPA to maximum of 100 KTPA, and experimental anchors also, we are all there set with this policy. So recently also we had come up with a tender inviting in a private partnership with the government of Maharashtra, so that you can come and set up your units there. So there are some requests which have been made, and I'm sure government would look at that positively. And I hope this conference here today opens your mind and makes you feel that Maharashtra is there to support you in every way. And anyone who wants to communicate through me to our government of what kind of support you want, आपको जो चाहिए, जिस type का support चाहिए, the government of Maharashtra is always there as a forerunner. We have already policies in place. MOUs have been signed with 7 or 8 companies, including BPCL, IOCL, Adani is there, L&T is there. An investment of over 2 lakh crores of rupees have already been signed. They are in the pipeline for production of 910 KTPA hydrogen, generating jobs also, as madam was talking about. So more than 55,000 jobs in this sector. Additionally, NTPC has signed an MOU with us for 30,000 crores, and that would also generate 12,000 jobs. So whether it's jobs, whether it's energy, whether it's infra, whether it's any other support you need, Maharashtra is there, and I'm there to put that as much as the food which is going to be there outside for you and all the conference which is here. So I look forward to any support you want. I sit in Maharashtra Southern here in Delhi, very much for you. और जो भी मुझसे मिलना चाहते हैं या कुछ support महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट से चाहते हैं to make this green, beautiful world much better to live in a place. So I'm always there for you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. That was on a lighter note, a very good pitch for Maharashtra. But we know for a fact Maharashtra is taking significant initiatives to promote green hydrogen. And again, you have some, very important ports where you can promote this activity. I think Puneet Kumar sir wants to add to that. So, sir, please, over to you.
I compliment Government of Maharashtra for coming out with such a detailed kind of a roadmap for the industry, where they are giving so many concessions to lure and encourage them into production, research and development and other things. I would just like to make one comment based on that which I was thinking. When the mobile phone came in 1998, that is how we first of all had the numbers starting from 98100 like that. And the price of the mobile set was something like about 40,000, 50,000 in those days, with the cost of incoming call at the rate of rupees 40 per minute. It was unthinkable. Same is the case with the green hydrogen. Today, green hydrogen comes at about a cost of about 400-500 rupees per kilogram. This needs to be brought down. So how do we bring in the cost leadership, which I was talking about in my discussions? The cost leadership will come not without R&D, not without the private enterprise coming in and bringing in a lot more innovation. Infrastructure, support, testing facilities, refueling stations, so many things can be done, and perhaps under the National Green Hydrogen Mission, many of these things have been planned. DST, MNRE, they have also come out with their schemes. Under the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, ARI has been chosen as one of the agencies to showcase that it can be used on mobility. Imagine somebody boarding a hydrogen bus and getting a different feel, or somebody going absolutely emission free, I mean without any noise, traveling in a boat. You have to experience that by visiting Kerala Water Metro, and when you see and travel in some of those vehicles, you feel that there is something very different, something very unique. So demonstration is a very important aspect in order to make something popular. And unless and until something gets popularized, it is very difficult that it will penetrate. And until and unless industry sees that the penetration is now likely to take place, they will not come out with lowering the price. With very different kind of mobile sets in those days. Today we have all smartphones, and again very affordable. Even people from the lower economic strata can afford smartphones and use that. So in order to get into that kind of a penetration, I think industry should just not look into the VGF or the financial concessions, these are important only in the initial stages for the hand holding. But my call to the industry is to think beyond. If we have to achieve the kind of global leadership that we have in the IT sector and the pharma sector, in order to achieve the cost leadership in case of green hydrogen, I think industry needs to come out and spend more on the R&D innovation. Then only we will be able to reach the kind of targets that we have set in, and perhaps we will be one of the global leaders in case of green hydrogen. Already so many things are happening. Railways have already tested the green hydrogen engine, and very soon perhaps we may be having a Namo Green train plying in India. We already have so many plans which perhaps in another year or two will be realized in the state of Kerala, green hydrogen buses, etc., green hydrogen based boats. Already we have completely solar powered ferries which are plying in Vaikam area in Kottayam district. So there are many visible things. Only thing is this needs to be scaled up. But while the government of India as well as the state governments are coming out with various concessions, policies, ultimately it has to be industry driven. So that is my last point. Thank you.
Just a quick recap on what Mr. Puneet Kumar has highlighted. Just to really spur the industrial R&D, DST has been vested this year with a quantum leap in terms of funds. So we have been vested with 20,000 CR only to really make industry partner with government in all the emerging technologies, including clean energy transition. And if you could say, or you could get a cue from the way technology advancement evolution takes place, 2 decades is the minimum timeline, and we are at the rise cusp of that movement, because 2047 is 2 decades away. So I think time is right, and I have actually had the joyride of the water metro a couple of months back, and not only here in Rotterdam also as well, which is a port city. I think we are really with the kind of so much interest and enthusiasm. I have been attending so many events. This has been the 8th hydrogen summit within a year. So the interest is so palpable, and we really need to translate into real actions with all the support which is happening. 4th hydrogen valley is coming up in Maharashtra, in Pune, driven by NCL for fine chemical sector and also for H2 ice.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. I think you made my job easy. You summed up the entire discussion. So that is what, in the end I was supposed to do. So I think I'll not waste any time on that. So in the interest of time, I don't think we have any time for any questions. So, right, we can ask. Okay, maybe, one or two questions, but very brief. And just question, please introduce yourself and to whom you want to ask or address your question, and very brief question, no comments. Yes, please. Can we, is there a mic?
Hello? Yes,
Yeah.
it's working. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. Myself, Professor Amit from Galgotia University. So my question to Puneet, sir. Sir, you have mentioned one comment in your keynote thing that you want to achieve net zero by 2050. So I'm very much curious to know that how we are going to do that. Maybe others can follow that. Can you please give your comment?
And academicians. A very good morning to all of you.
Kerala, if you go for the average AQI in Kerala state, you will be surprised. Unlike in the northern part, our AQI, even at its, most polluted state, is in the vicinity of about 65 to 70 only. And there are areas near the water bodies, near the forest areas, where it drops down to 10. Okay, and the kind of plants that we have, already we are going in for solar, floating solar in a big way. The way we are doing our carbon capture, utilization and storage, all these plants which we have made in conjunction with our technical universities and other technical experts who have advised us, we will be able to capture a lot of carbon and make it net zero much ahead of the national target. That is how we have laid down that kind of a roadmap. If you want more details, sir, we can separately send the documents also to you.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. It's really nice to have you.
Thank you. The last question.
To Vijay Kumar Singh, sir. I think it's audible. Yeah. Sir, I just want to understand, as we know that 125 gigawatts of renewable is required to meet these 5 million tons of green hydrogen, and at this point only we are facing kind of grid flexibility problems. During the daytime, we do not have down reserves in the grid to manage our grid operations, right? Thermal are already going to their minimum. So how do you see this electrolyzer? We know there are quite a lot of ramping capabilities of this electrolyzer is there. How do you see this electrolyzer to come as a demand response to support this grid operation?
Okay. Basically, you are talking about the power not utilizing the this power load shedding. Basically, you are talking the not properly utilizing the solar power plant during the solar hour. There is a power cut, no?
No, sir. I'm saying that means how to manage the grid operation, sir. Means during the daytime we are seeing that already we are facing problem of having down reserves in our system, right?
Okay.
So how this, we know that electrolyzer have a
Flexibility.
great flexibility characteristics. How do you see it as a?
So we all know that demand in the country or any particular place, it is not constant. It is vary throughout the day. If you go through the demand curve, during the solar hour, what happens? There is a lot of power available. Thermal power plants are also running. So we go for the backing down to 55% PLF as per the CA regulation, and even that there is a curtailment of the RE power because there is surplus power. So if there is enough electrolyzer, we are talking about the green hydrogen point of view. So today we have very limited electrolyzer. In future there will be more and more electrolyzer, and these electrolyzers will require huge quantum of power. So during the solar hour, that power can be used in the electrolyzer for the production of the green hydrogen or green ammonia. At the same time, not only since RE power capacity is increasing day by day, and by 2030 there will be 500 gigawatt RE capacity. Maybe even before that we will achieve the target. So only electrolyzer will not meet the requirement for grid stabilization. there will be requirement of pump storage also. There is a direction from CA that during the solar hours, they will use the power for pumping. There is a clear direction to PSS. Even today also, the quantum of PSS is not much. So PSS is also getting added in the system. By 2030, roughly, if I remember correctly, about 80,000 megawatt PSS will be there by 2030 in the system, in the grid. Apart from that, BESS is also required. So if all three components, that is BESS, PSS and electrolyzer will be there, then this will help in the grid stabilization, and present problem of grid stability will be not there, because there is a huge RE curtailment also, and all the RE power developer approach to Ministry of Power, again they come to us, to Ministry of Power, that since RE is must run and there is we are losing, there should be some compulsion. This type of issue being discussed in Ministry of Power. These are temporary problem, yes, today they are, but more and more this electrolyzer, BESS and pump storage, this problem will be there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, there are a few more questions, but I will have to request you to ask the dignitaries outside. Please, they're all available over lunch, so let's please continue this discussion there. And many thanks to the distinguished panelists, dignitaries for sharing their comments, taking out valuable time, and Puneet Kumar sir especially traveling all the way for this conference to Delhi. So thank you so much. It was a very enriching session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, moderator of the session. We quickly would like to present the mementos, and may I request the dignitaries, the speakers on the dais, to just give us a moment. May I request Mr. Arpan Gupta, Director FICCI, to kindly present the mementos to our honorable speakers. We're presenting a memento to Shri Puneet Kumar ji. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We now like to present a memento to Ms. Hina Usman. We thank Shri Ritu Raj Mishra. And we like to present a memento to Ms. Vimla R. Thank you so much, ma'am. May I request Arpanji to kindly present a memento to Shri Vijay Kumar ji. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us this afternoon. We now present a memento to Dr. Anita Gupta. And a very big thank you to the moderator of the session, Shri Somesh Kumar. Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful session. Thank you so much, speakers of the session, for a very invigorating, very successful and very interesting session. We'll take a moment to capture this in our lenses. Our friends from media, we request them to just capture this moment, requesting everyone to just stand by for a photo opportunity. With that, we conclude our first panel discussion, and now we move on to our networking lunch. And we request you all to kindly join us back by 2:15 for our panel discussion 2, which would be on green hydrogen value chain, opportunities, challenges, and way forward. Thank you so much. Phases, phase 1 and phase 2. Audiovisual, may I request you to pause the sound for a bit?
Spread across 22 states
Requesting
and union
audiovisual
territories
team
in the
to
country.
kindly pause the video
Anthem has a balanced portfolio of
or just
CNI
mute the sound,
and
please.
utility customers, which allows it to provide clean and green energy solutions to 100 to 150 marquee customers
Console
across 10
sound
diverse
mute
sectors,
kar dijiye, please.
such as pharmaceuticals.
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? We are about to begin with our panel discussion 2 on green hydrogen value chain, opportunities, challenges, and way forward. This particular session has been divided into 2 phases, phase 1 and phase 2. We are now headed towards phase 1, which would be discussions around policy and policy perspective. May I request everyone who is outside the hall to kindly join us inside, and all of us who are inside the hall to kindly settle down with your electronic gadgets on silent mode. I request the organizing team members to kindly invite everyone who is outside the hall to kindly join us inside. We wish to begin with our session in few moments from now. Thank you. As we are now about to begin with our panel discussion 2, like mentioned earlier, the panel discussion 2 has been divided into 2 phases. Phase 1, which would be talking about policy, and phase 2 would be in and around the industry initiatives. Once again, requesting the organizing team members to invite everyone inside the hall, as we now are about to begin with our panel discussion 2. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a very successful first half of the summit, we are now headed towards the post-lunch session. We begin with our panel discussion 2, which is around the green hydrogen value chain, the opportunities, challenges, and way forward. Like mentioned earlier, this session has been divided into 2 phases. One which would speak about the policy perspective and shall be followed by industry initiatives discussion. To begin with our phase 1, our policy perspective, we would request everyone to kindly settle down, and this technical session offers a comprehensive exploration of the entire green hydrogen value chain from production to end use, bringing together industry leaders, regulators, financiers, and international partners. It will highlight technological advancements, regulatory frameworks, financing models, and global collaboration to drive hydrogen deployment and harness export potential. With those words, kindly join me as I invite our honorable panelists onto the stage. May I request the Mission Director, National Green Hydrogen Mission, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Abhay Bhakriji, to kindly join us onto the stage. I also request the session moderator, Partner Strategy and Transactions, Ernst & Young LLP, Shri Sandeep Naurang, to kindly join us onto the stage. May I now invite the panelists onto the stage, Requesting DMD and CCO and Chief Sustainability Officer, State Bank of India, Shri Ashok Sharma, to kindly join us onto the stage. Inviting now Director, Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board, Shri Muktikam Bhukan. Warm welcome to you. May I now invite Director, the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, Dr. Arunendra Tiwari, to kindly join us onto the stage. And may I request Scientist and Deputy Director, Transport Engineering Department, Bureau of Indian Standards, Shri Gaurav Jaiswal, to kindly join us onto the stage. I'm afraid we were told that Shri Muktikam has not been able to join us, but we are glad that we have Shri Ravi Gupta, who is going to join us for this session discussion. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin with our discussion around the policy perspective, we would like to welcome Honorable Shri Abhay Bhakri ji with a green certificate, and may I request Shri Arpan Gupta to kindly join us onto the stage and present a green certificate to Shri Abhay Bhakri and welcome him to this session. Warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we now begin with the session, and we begin the session with a special address. Once again, may I invite Mission Director, National Green Hydrogen Mission, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Abhay Bhakri ji, to kindly give this special address.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. My fellow panelists here, EY officials, FICCI officials, the sponsors of this event, the industry partner, government officials, experts, and dear friends. So let me first compliment FICCI for having this event today. FICCI Green Hydrogen Summit, aligning policy demand and technologies. I saw a very important report unveiled in the morning. I got through WhatsApp, and of course, thank you that I got a hard copy also. And also good to see so many delegates and officials joining here. So when we talk about energy basket for the country, and I think a few months back from the same page I discussed that why hydrogen could not garner the kind of support, the kind of enthusiasm in the past. In the past means not the last 2-3 years, but last many decades. Perhaps we were so much obsessed by the carbon. We were so much obsessed by the development through different technologies, through different infrastructures, and we kept on using the most available or perhaps the easiest option in the form of fossil fuel. Without knowing, or maybe I should say without realizing, that one point of time we will get to a situation where we will have to seriously think not to continue with that option of the fossil fuel. But at least for a country like India, we were fortunate that we didn't go too much far that it was so difficult to come back again. And we realized, like most of the other countries, that renewable is going to be the future. Even though the fossil fuel could be easier one, but we need to see what are our strengths. So in this regard, when we kept on increasing our import bill, when the percentage of import of the fossil fuel kept on rising, at the same time we started rethinking and pushing our renewables, both in terms of electrons, that's solar, wind, hydro we had earlier. I think it can also require a lot of push, and that we have a plan. But solar, we really got a good success story. At the same time, the other part, which is the green molecules in the form of biofuels, biogas, also started picking up. And in last 1 decade, we really saw biofuels making a substantial impact on that. Now let's come to the discussion that's today about the green hydrogen. Green hydrogen per se offers actually the strength of both in terms of the electrons and also the molecules. It has the potential to promote the use of green electrons and also has the flexibility or offers the flexibility to utilize green molecules to replace the fossil fuel. Now, as I always say, for a country like India, the use of green hydrogen is actually the demonstration that we need to think about our own strength rather than depending on the import bill. As of now, whatever policies we are following for decarbonization or for our climate change or for our NDCs, and you have already heard about that. By end of June, we achieved our NDC of 50% renewable capacity 5 years ahead or 5.5 years ahead. So in terms of decarbonization, the compulsion or the kind of a target for emission reduction is not in there currently for our radar for promoting green hydrogen. But for the green hydrogen in India is basically to promote a kind of ecosystem to develop an alternative in the energy basket, which can gradually offer our opportunity to reduce the import bill and finally replace it substantially by say another 1.5 to 2 decades, and that's the objective today. But at the same time, we also would like to strengthen our own development of renewable system and offering, as I mentioned, a green molecule which can be very easily adopted or purchased by the other countries who have the compulsion, who have the target for decarbonization. But if they do it at their own soil, it will be very costly. So India's strength lies, we have good sunshine, we have a robust renewable grid, we have a transmission capacity much better than most of the competitors who are developing green hydrogen. We have water resources, almost every part of the country, where we can produce green hydrogen, convert it into green ammonia, green methanol. And also our own economy where the sectors are graduating itself to taste or perhaps to try for the green hydrogen. So with these trends, India offers itself a very huge opportunity for the domestic consumption, but most important for the export purpose. Now what are the challenges? I am not talking about what the mission is doing or what are the targets, etc. I am sure many of you have already heard or they have been presented. But what we are thinking today, the green hydrogen mission is actually trying to leverage the capabilities of renewable transmission. That is the first thing. Identifying those areas, this is the second point and very important, identifying those areas where we can actually produce green hydrogen or green ammonia by taking green power from the RE rich states like Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, and also transship these molecules to the desired locations. It could be Europe, it could be Japan, Korea, etc. Now all these things we are trying to facilitate The policies are visible to you, but there is lot of hand-holding, lot of coordination, lot of persuasion, continuous coordination is happening in the mission. These are some of the things perhaps you are not able to see on a day-to-day basis. But this is where we are trying to analyze every day. We had a detailed discussions, we had a clear analysis. If we want to produce green methanol, where it will be produced, who are the purchasers, who are going to be the purchasers, what is the cost at which we can produce in India. I am talking about green methanol. I am not talking about green ammonia, which for me is the past. We have seen the auctions and I will come back to that. So for me it is a past. I am thinking about next 6 months and next 1 year. So the green methanol, at what port, what is the cost, and what will be the cost for the green methanol produced in India? Who are the likely suppliers? Who will do it? What are the likely locations? How will they produce this? How will they get CO2? How will they get biogenic CO2? Will it be a e-methanol or will it be a biogenic methanol? And finally, what could be the type of contracts? Will it be a 3 years contract? Will it be a 10 years contract? Or will it be a 15 years contract? Now, these are the things which we are discussing almost every day. Perhaps it will come to you maybe after 2 months, 3 months, 5 months later. So, if you are talking about, and I will try to sum up in that way, if we are talking about an alternative to our energy basket, we have seen in the past, if it is coal, it took 30-40 years. If it is oil, it has taken 25-30 years. If it is natural gas, it has taken 25-30 years. Definitely, if it is a green hydrogen, 2 or 3 years is definitely small. But we are not going to wait for 20 years or 25 years. We want to see that through this mission is just a number of targets, the amount of subsidy. No, that's not the case. Every molecule which we are thinking or which we are talking, whether it is coming from a municipal waste in Coimbatore or is it coming for any other source somewhere in UP or Rajasthan or at Gopalpur or anywhere else. Every such initiative which can actually contribute for India to develop this alternative source for our energy basket, and we don't want to wait for 20 years. As I said, by next 5 years you are going to see a major change. Our next 2 years are going to be very important in terms of rolling out policies and finding out ways, finding out the partners, finding out the stakeholders, the correct initiatives. It may still be there that whatever we decide today, whatever we decide after 2 years may not be correct, and maybe after 5 years we will again do the course correction. But that doesn't mean that we need to stop here today. We are already on the journey, we have started our journey, and we want to complete this journey maximum within 8 to 10 years. Before 2035, I want India to be seen as having a major share of green energy in the form of green hydrogen for our energy basket. And the best opportunity it comes for a country like India, where the economy is growing. If we talk about steel sector, the steel sector is doubling their production capacity. If we talk about transport sector, we have the transport sector coming up with many more opportunities. If we talk about shipping sector is coming out with so many opportunities, so many ports. So almost every demand sectors is growing, and there is the possibility aware. And what you have seen in the recent green ammonia auctions, that the huge opportunity that lies, and it is the early movers advantage that we want India to grab it, we want the industry to grab it, and that's how the partnership between the policymakers, the government and the industry, and of course the most important role played by associations like FICCI, CII, or even all other sectoral associations will be very important to make sure that we march ahead, and this time within 10 years we complete this journey of making green hydrogen as a very, very important energy basket alternative for the country. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very encouraging words. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our panel discussion. And to take the panel discussion forward, may I request the moderator of the session, Shri Sandeep Narang, to kindly take over. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So, very good afternoon to all of you. We have today in the afternoon session a very eminent panel, and we've already kicked off with Abhay sir's inspiring address, talking about the length and breadth of the initiatives that the mission has taken so far and what they plan to do in the future. In this leg of the discussion, I want to touch upon the policy perspective and the demand perspective from our experts. Sir, Abhay sir, we'll just start with you, sir. First of all, at the outset, many congratulations to you and your team and the entire mission. I know how hard it has been over the last 24 months, and I think some of the recent results. It may appear it's just an auction, but it's a result of a long, enduring innings that you and your team have been playing. And it's not just making headlines in India. In fact, I learned that this is globally the lowest price that we have discovered. So, I mean, very heartfully congratulating you and your entire team, sir. Sir, on that note, help us understand, and you touched upon in your speech also that you're looking forward next 6 months and a year. Now that we've tasted success, I know this is just the tip. We have so much. You've talked about the energy basket and this as a significant contributor to the new energy basket. So, which demand segments you see are holding very promising in the next 2 to 3 years? If you can just delve a little deeper on that, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, before and by the way, today I am completing just exactly 1 year. Exactly one year back, I joined this position as the head of the mission. So before joining here, as you rightly asked, that my first, you can say, thought process was how to actually create demand. So demand creation, again the question is whether what is the demand possible in the other countries, that is basically pushing for the exports, and what is the domestic demand. They need not be same, they could be different, because now there may be a lot of talk about the hydrogen obligation, which was also kind of mentioned in the original mission document. But if we see about the success of the solar, and that's how we can take many lessons from the success story of solar mission, where we have reduced the prices. There were a lot of policies, there were many incentives given initially, but demand was one key factor in that. There was a difference. One, we can see that solar was basically getting pushed into an existing grid. So that means you had the coal power, you had hydropower. Solar was just getting generated, solar power, and it was getting into the system. We don't have to worry about how it will go through the substation, how it will go to the transmission, how it will reach to the final 415 volt, and how it will be metered at the consumer end. Because as far as consumer concerned, you and me, we never realized when the electricity which is coming to our house has become 70% coal and 30% renewable. We never realized. For us, it was electricity coming to our home. We were just seeing the meter reading and paying the bills and switching on and off the lights. We never realized. But unfortunately for the hydrogen, this will not be the case. You cannot replace it that. So that's one challenge, and I am happy that from PNGRB, Mr. Gupta is here, So the testing, the kind of adoption, the consumption at the consumer level. So to be on safer side, and I didn't touch about a few things on the mission about the testing facilities, the standards and the safety, etc. We need to put our hydrogen initially to those sectors where there is enough expertise available. That means there are enough learned people available, engineers available who can design the system very well, safe and that, and then operate the system to use the green hydrogen. We can't just take it to the common consumer without getting the complete thing. So that is one issue. So in this regard, as you know, ammonia already talked about, and now we are talking about green methanol, but there are options coming up, many more on that. The other thing which is coming out about few more industries who can perhaps start looking into the derivatives which they can use it. Green ammonia co-firing is already being considered in other countries, and that's where they are using it. But for India, whether the green ammonia co-firing is better one or use of electricity directly is a better one, that's another discussion. The third thing could be there are many refined oil industries. There are few more chemicals who are using the kind of hydrogen derivatives. So apart from the fertilizer and natural gas replacement, as you have heard so far, I think there could be many heat processes, thermal processes. There could be areas where the natural gas is the current fuel, and which can be either blended or it can be replaced to certain extent. So I think these are some of the area, and I don't want to stop with the potential use in the transport sector. I believe, and I think I mentioned earlier, transport sector is going to offer very, very competitive price, competitive proposition in terms of. So maybe the transport sector could be one of the game changer which will create the demand in future for the green hydrogen. Of course, apart from the shipping, etc. Shipping is definitely for the export purpose. Thank you.
I'm not going to let you go, sir. One more question, and this is again coming from the mission itself, since you are spearheading that. A lot of people don't know that, I mean, obviously we've discovered the lowest tariffs, but you and your office have been instrumental with other stakeholders to also notify a certification guideline around green hydrogen because of this whole criticism about greenwashing, etc. So your office was conscious about this risk, and you did that before you discovered the price. And I think maybe we are one of the first few countries to do that. Talk us through more about this entire certification and how you are addressing that risk of greenwashing, sir.
Yeah, because again, if I go back, that it was easy for anybody to differentiate between the electron produced from solar panels and the electron produced from coal fire plant, and ultimately they were getting mixed in the grid. But there was elaborate arrangement to meter the electricity produced. Now, that kind of ecosystem for hydrogen system will definitely be at a much later stage, at least much later than that. So it was very much needed that we come out with the green hydrogen certification scheme. And in fact, the draft was ready as soon as I took over 1 year back, and within 1 month we put it on the website for the stakeholder comments. It was in, I think, 21st or 22nd of September last year. Now, idea was to basically give confidence, because we have the industry partners sitting here. If they have to decide for some kind of investment, they will have to decide their every component which will lead to the production of hydrogen. And if that component ultimately changes at the time of execution, just because the certification scheme wants something else, their entire economics, their entire financial statement will be a different, and their IRR, everything goes back. So the first thing which we thought to actually have the green hydrogen certification scheme. It is also there required because we wanted to also push for the export. So as you rightly said, I think we were the top 5 countries, maybe top third or fourth, who came out with the clear direction and the hydrogen scheme. It took time basically for us to define the procedure, because the different industry and stick, again, it will be produced in the entire country at different parts. Who should be included, who should be left over? Again, there is a possibility of that. I have seen in biofuels, this was a challenge initially, then later on it was addressed. So I thought the green hydrogen going to be a very sensitive aspect in terms of its green attribute. It has to be defined a much more clarity. There will still be many questions. There will be few changes required in thing. And now we have already shared the associated green ammonia and green methanol standards. If any more standards are required by the industry, we will definitely go ahead. But the idea is that to establish the credibility, the transparency, and we hope by end of this year we will have a full-fledged portal available on the MNRE website, where all the industry can just interact through the online system to get their project certified, get their hydrogen or ammonia certified through online portal, and that should have sufficient credibility in the international market. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That is very helpful to understand. I'll just move on to Dr. Anurendra. You heard what Mr. Bakre talked about. As an institute and as a professional into researching into this, what are your perspective on the demand side, specifically around things like green hydrogen, green ammonia, and other derivatives? And what are the key cost components that will drive down going forward, LCOH going forward? We still are a little far from parity, so help us understand from your perspective, how are you looking at that?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, organizers for the invitation. I'll start with putting one particular point. TERI, approximately 1 year back, came up with green hydrogen report. It was launched by Sri Abhay Bakreji, and the country has moved a lot from that point, and a lot of recommendations that was given in that particular report has already been implemented. But specifically, I would like to highlight one particular point that was also a part of our Prime Minister's Independence Day speech. Multiple times he talked about the self-reliance. So green hydrogen is actually must for the self-reliance in energy sector. And in our report as well, we talk about R&D, and during the Chintan Shivir organized by MNRE in Bhubaneswar, R&D was the key output of the discussion, where the ministry has to identify certain components which are being imported in India and come up with the R&D plan in those particular specific components. And with that, I think background, recently Prime Minister also announced one mission, that is National Mission on Deep Water Exploration. Now we are calling it Samudra Manthan, which will complement our National Mission on Critical Mineral and will also solve this green hydrogen value chain, supply chain problem, as well as the renewable energy components. So what I would like to see from the ministry, that what happened in that identification of these critical components, because I think one phase or two phase there was a few calls for R&D proposals, but not much has been done, and there is a lot to be done in this particular sector to increase the self-reliance in components, electrolyzer components.
Yeah, and which industrial sectors you see in the near term that will see accelerated adoption of green hydrogen derivatives? Any industrial sectors that you are hoping or betting on?
Yes, so I think Abhay sir has already told that the transportation sector will actually bring down the cost and will be the future. Yeah.
Sure. Moving on to the capital side, Shri Ashok Sharma, DMD and CCO and Chief Sustainability Officer of SBI is there with us. So thank you for joining us. Really pleased. You've flown in from Bombay and also brought some rain. So glad to have you here, sir. So pleased to see you here. Sir, you've seen, Mr. Bakre and talked about the achievements that we've had in just last 1 year. I think the stage is right set for more and more projects. We've already seen 5 projects coming up with almost global lowest tariffs. And all of them would end up with institutions like you for appraisal. So talk us through about SBI's commitment to green economy, particularly green hydrogen and renewable energy projects. And do you see any? Obviously, some of these projects have a subsidy, capital subsidy, component. But do you see any financing gap, viability gap from a lender's perspective?
Thank you, FICCI, and thank you, Sandeep ji, for having us here. A lighter note, abundance of rains brings prosperity. So I would only say there's no dearth of money available with the Indian banking system for supporting the needs of the country, including the needs of the green hydrogen and the green ammonia. Let me just give you some numbers to set the context that why we are confident that there is adequate money in the system. So if you look at the total stock of money that has been borrowed from the Indian banking system, so 4 or 5 components are there. One is the All India Scheduled Commercial Bank number. It's roughly 183 lakh crore. It was 183 in March, now 185 lakh crore. Simplicity, we assume 180. No, it's easier. Another component is the NBFC, roughly is 46 lakh crore. So NBFC also borrow from the banking system. So roughly 16 lakh crore is the borrowing from the banking system. So you use 16 lakhs, so 30 lakhs. So 180 plus 30, 210. 3 more components, bonds, then commercial paper and commercial deposits. Bonds roughly 54 lakh crore and commercial paper, commercial deposits another 11 lakhs. So 54 plus 11, 65. So 180 plus 30, 210, 65, 275. So 275 lakh crore is the total money outstanding in the country as a debt. This is a stock. What is the flow? If you look at the flow, the recent number I have, the data is for 2024-25. It's roughly 35.10 lakh crore. And how this 35.10 lakh crore has moved, if you look at the data for 2015, 14-15, it was 13.5 lakh crore. So from 14-15, this 13.5 lakh crore has grown to 35 lakh crore. One more data point, if you look at it, we are trying to analyze that what is the component of the overseas money in this flow. We have seen last 8-10 years, it has remained in the range of 2 lakh to 3 lakh crore. So 2015 it is around 2.2 lakh crores, now 2.01 lakh crore. So the bulk of the 35 lakh crore flow that we are seeing every year, this data is 1 year old. Of course, we don't have the latest data. So there is an adequate availability of money. We haven't seen any single corporate who says that there is not adequate money in the banking system in India. The second point you raised, that how the banks handle the green sectors, renewable energy, etc. We have a different challenge. See, if you look at the renewable energy particularly, the run rate is 20 gigawatt per year. So 20 into 5, 1 lakh crore per year is the total investment. Again 75-25, 75,000 crore is the requirement. Most of the renewable energy players, if there is one proposal coming up, there are 5 to 10 lenders chasing them.
resulting in a hugely competitive pricing. So normally if you go to any industry, probably the pricing may be 9.5, something like this. Here we haven't seen upwards of 9. We as a bank are very conscious that we need to support all these niche sectors: renewable energy, green ammonia, pump storage, battery storage. So we have gone one step ahead. We are setting up a center of excellence at our Mumbai office, which would do some sort of hand holding, which will develop expertise that we understand the sectors better, so that we can sit with the policy makers to support them how the business models can be more bankable. We are collaborating with all the banks in the country, so that we can share our understanding expertise with the other banking system. So I do not see really any challenge regarding the availability of the money, number one. Number two, the expertise, as Mr. Bakri has very comprehensively explained, that the technology, the understanding, the skill set resides. How do you bring this skill set to the right people, to the right entity? That is the need. And as a bank, we are conscious of this, and in support with all the stakeholders, we are trying to bring this skill set to the right people, so that we are able to support and stand up to the needs of the country.
Yeah, I think you've comprehensively talked about the capital availability. These numbers are really mind-boggling, but I think aptly put, sir, both on the flow and the total outstanding. I think these are numbers that support the top 4 economies. I mean, we are now almost touching we are likely to be in the top 3 by end of this year, as per Niti Aayog. So no wonder these numbers look very mind-boggling, sir. You also talked about that you are setting a center of excellence. So you partly addressed the capacity building of the lenders at large, and I mean, your point is more around SBI, but just a extension of that capacity building that you talked about, sir. While the capital is there, but we see that developers talk about the procedural delays, the understanding, the complexity of projects. Specifically now that we are talking about hybrids, FDREs, molecules now. So while as a leading bank you have taken initiative, but they end up dealing with the larger banks and NBFC systems. So any thoughts on what else can be done on capacity building of larger banking ecosystem, not just SBI, but any 1 or 2 thoughts?
No, I agree. So we realize this particular piece, that one bank or 2 banks alone cannot really handle all the market, because there will be variety of needs. So we are signing MOUs with almost all the banks who are keen, so that we are able to share on a sort of no profit, no loss basis all the skills that we develop. Being large size, we have the ability to set up all those structures. See, just to give an example, even before this COE, what we did, we took on almost retired CMDs of large number of PSUs as advisors, so that they can sit with us and explain to us that, okay, suppose I am doing a FDRE, how the battery storage will work it out. Is it good enough? Whether the calculations done by the business team, would it be up to give the right kind of numbers that is required to be supplied? So all those things we have done. So industry is aware. So we are utilizing the skill set available in the country. And as I explained, that using the center of excellence, it is not for the bank alone. We would be utilizing this for across all the banking and any other stakeholders which may be keen.
Interesting. So you're right in a way that something like a shared service center or a capability center, wherein the banks can just come and access the right resources to appraise these projects and speed up the procedural part. So, but interesting insights, sir. Look forward for more such discussions. I'll just move on in the interest of time. Ravi Gupta is here. Ravi, thanks for joining. You represent PNGRB. So, I mean, just a quick, quick question. Just help us understand role of PNGRB in the hydrogen economy. I mean, I know PNGRB as an organization is doing a lot of work, but specifically in the hydrogen economy, if you can just give a brief about your role, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Sandeep and FICCI, for inviting PNGRB on this forum. PNGRB is Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board, who is the regulator for the downstream and the midstream regulation for storage, distribution, and for the refining and the marketing of the fuel, be it natural gas or the white or fuel. In that case, our role in hydrogen economy is that we have authorized approximately 25,000 kilometers of pipeline of natural gas in India, and we have authorized 307 geographical areas for the city gas distribution in the entire nation, except Andaman, Nicobar and Lakshadweep. So in that case, we have authorized 5 pilot projects in India who are producing green hydrogen and distributing in the PNG or the CNG distribution network. And we are just regulating and seeing the database they are creating, how this can be enlarged and scaled up to the entire country, wherein we can replace some part of the fossil fuel which we are importing in the form of natural gas. So in that case, our role is to monitor the blending, right percentage of blending, which is to be established right now, what kind of blending percentage we can inject into the distribution network of PNG as well as the natural gas trunk pipeline network. So we are in process of establishing that fact, and we are eagerly waiting and awaiting the database which we can share with the entire nation, and in that case we can scale up the things to the PNG distribution network for the entire country. So that is the role which we are playing right now as a part of in the hydrogen economy. We are color agnostic, so we are not specific to the green hydrogen. It can be blue or any other color. But yeah, that is the point of PNG.
But you are going to get green only because this entire mission is focused on green. So
only
but glad to hear that the role that you are playing. It's a very important role, and as we keep saying, it's not just one ministry. It's a multi-stakeholder. So thanks for that, Ravi. Ravi, but there are so many developments taking place in green hydrogen landscape across the world. Are you looking at some international collabs as well? Are you all doing it?
Yeah, we are in touch with few organizations who are leaders or who have established some kind of role they have played in their respective countries, like DVGW. Mr. Abe Bakre initiated this dialogue with the DVGW Germany. They are the German Association for Gas and Water, and 165 years old organization who are regulating the gas as well as the water, including hydrogen, in their country. So we are in touch with DVGW Germany. We are in touch with Scotia Gas Network Scotland, SGN. We are about to sign 2 MOUs with SGN as well as one with DVGW, in which NGHM can be one of the partner or enhanced partner in that case. So we are doing this kind of collaborations, and our chairperson and board members have visited this organization where the 100% hydrogen is being distributed to the network of the Scotland colony. In some 300 users are there. So 100% hydrogen is being consumed by the consumers there. So there is one more delegation in which I can be the part of that delegation. We will be visiting Scotland and see what kind of the safety measures they are taking care in that network, what kind of regulations they are following. So in that case, we will be able to do the similar kind of replication in our country as well. So how we can reproduce the regulations in that case.
Yeah.
So that is a collaboration which we are supposed to do.
I think this is really exciting. Ravi, thanks for that. I want to ask so many questions, but I'm short of time, so I'll have to quickly move on to the next panelist. Gaurav, thanks again for joining. Gaurav, you've been part of BIS, and your organization has played a significant role in. See you, sir. Yeah, sure. Okay. You want us to stand up?
We take a moment for a photo opportunity as Abhiji has to leave, but sir, we would like to present a memento on behalf of FICCI. Just give us that moment, and may I request Arpanji. Okay, thank you so much, sir. May I request the organizing team to kindly escort Shri Abhi Bakriji. Thank you so much, sir, for your very valuable inputs. May I request the moderator of the session, Shri Sandeep Ji, to continue.
Yeah, thank you. Gaurav, back to you. We were talking about what role BIS has been playing and how important your role is. You just heard, Ravi talked about the Scotia example, and all what Ravi and us are trying to dream about, bringing those applications, it can't be done without you because you are the, standards authority. And recently, I mean, you are aware of the NGHM achievements and the scheme. So can you give us an update on the standards that have already been undertaken by BIS in this direction, first of all, and what areas, what value chain areas you've covered, and also please explain new areas which BIS is taking up.
So thank you very much for inviting us for this session. Actually, we started working with MNRE when this particular mission was launched way back in 2022. And it was felt that at that time we were having the paucity of multiple standards. We didn't have many national standards which were available. So we carried out this study under the guidance of MNRE. We were divided into multiple subgroups headed by the industry and other all the relevant stakeholders were there, and we came up with a set of recommendation for different organizations. BIS was one of them. In BIS, we received around 44 recommendation as a first set of recommendation, 44 subjects, and I'm very glad to share with you all that out of 44 subjects, we have already converted 41 subjects into Indian standards, and these subjects are related to the complete value chain, be it production of hydrogen, be it storage of hydrogen, be it utilization of it into the dispensing and transportation. So it covered all sort of value chain. And then after a point when we covered all the related international standards which were already available, we hit a point where we faced with the challenge that there was some areas where not even the international standards were available. I'll give you the example, like for measuring the efficiency, there exists no prominent standard worldwide. So we got this recommendation, this subject
Efficiency
from
of
electrolyzers, of
Okay,
different kind of electrolyzers. So we came up with a new working group in our chemicals division council. We sat down together and we came up with a draft which we have in fact as I'm speaking, this draft has gone already for the public consultation that we call as wide circulation stage, and it is going to be ended on 25th of August, specifically for the electrolyzer efficiency assessment. So drafts of this sort wherein we don't have the international standards itself. So in the first phase we covered the international standard, adopted them, maybe adapted some of them, we modified them, adopted as it is. But in the second phase now we've started to look for the areas wherein we don't even have the international standards, and we're currently working upon them, and you can definitely reach out to us on the
So this
VIS
will
website.
mean that once you've crossed that stakeholder concern, you will also liaise or coordinate with the international bodies to get that published elsewhere as well, because a lot of investors would have an export arrangement, so that stakeholder is also needs to be sensitized. Is that correct?
That's actually a very important area wherein we need to harmonize all our Indian standards with the international counterparts. And from the beginning itself, we kept this thing in our mind that most of the people are aware that at the ISO level, which is the International Standards Organization, there is a TC called ISO TC 197, and which is that is responsible for developing the product standards related to the hydrogen value chain, complete chain. I mean, starting from production, you've got the standard like electrolyzer standard 22734, and then coming to the storage, and then coming to the use of it in the transportation sector. All sort of areas are covered there. So we are there, we are having very active liaison with those technical committees. There are other committees also, TC22, SC41 and others, wherein we are having this active engagement. And what you told that taking our own indigenous standard to the international forum is also equally important. And for that also we have the similar arrangement that once the Indian standard has been developed, we have this procedure to submit an NWIP called as new work item proposal at the ISO level, so that development can also be started.
Okay, so thanks Gaurav for that. Just one more question before we wrap up this session. How does BIS formulate the national standard in India, and what measures, you talked about the harmonized approach. So what measures that you take to ensure the adherence to the harmonized, for example, is there any collaboration with specific institutions like ISO or IEC or CE, and there are so many institutions. So just delve a little deeper on that before we close this.
Yeah. I think. So basically, that's again a very important question, that how do we develop those standards. So basically, Indian standards are developed based on the principle of consensus. And as I told you the example that when we received the new subjects from MNRE, we started working upon them. We formulated many working groups in our standing technical committees, and those working groups started formulating the drafts. In those recommendations, most of the recommendations were as such that already international standards existed. So in that case, we directly adopted those international standards. Some of the standards or some of the recommendations are also there that wherein no ISO standard or IC standards were directly available. So in that case, we went with the route of working groups. We prepared the working drafts, and again the process involves the circulation of these drafts as a preliminary circulation to the technical committee, the national level technical committee, and then the second phase is related to the wide circulation of these drafts. I mentioned that the electrolyzer efficiency standard is currently in the second stage, wherein we have opened it for the public commenting. And once that public commenting phase gets over, we receive the comments, we deliberate them in the technical committee meetings, and then with the process of consensus, we reach to the final stage of it, and then this is how we go for the publication. So this is the brief about how we develop Indian standards.
Thanks. Gaurav, this is really helpful in understanding. I'm sure the audience would have benefited. So I think thank you all of you, but I'm not sure if we have time for any questions. Can we take one or two? We have next panel. Yeah? Maybe one question. Yeah. So just speak out loudly, please.
Sir, this thing GST on green hydrogen is 18%. And electrolyzer, greenhouse, the battery storage battery is 18%. Now the respected Mr. Bakre said the transport sector could be the one of the game changer for use of green hydrogen, and the green hydrogen truck is 4 times costlier than the diesel truck, and again the green hydrogen will cost more. So it can be. Will there be any government support? Thank you.
Yeah, and the lady at back, what's your question? Please go ahead. Yeah, please speak. Just use the mic. Yeah. Just be quick because we have another panel now.
I am Rama Shukla, and today I am representing the GG Global Foundation. So my question is to panel is, what concrete steps are being taken by both central and state government to support youth-led startups and skill development in the green hydrogen sector? Thank you.
Yeah. So I think we unfortunate that Bakre sir has left because he had a meeting, but I'll quickly take a shot to both the questions, and of course, rest of the questions we can take up. I think on the GST matter, it's a cost. So, and you've recently seen the announcement right from the Red Fort that GST rationalization is there. So I think some of those benefits would obviously flow to the green hydrogen. But on your question had two parts. One was on the cost of hydrogen. So yes, the fixed cost upfront would be slightly higher. but you have to look at the levelized cost, and therefore, you've just seen the results. The levelized cost of, say, hydrogen derivative like ammonia is coming down. So I think those benefits will flow. And to your question on startups, I think there is in the scheme, as I can say, in the scheme itself, there's a focus on sensitizing youth. Last year there was a international conference on green hydrogen wherein there was an active involvement of youth and sensitization of the youth and involvement, including startup hackathons, etc., happening around technology innovation in green hydrogen. So you should catch up on those updates from Ministry website. I'll have to draw this a close because I'm getting stares. Thank you so much. Thank you, my panelists. Back to you, organizers.
Thank you so much, sir. As we have to move on to the next segment of our panel discussion too, and we put our hands together and thank the panelists for an interesting discussion. Thank you so much, moderator of the session. Thank you so much, panelists. We would like to present the mementos to our panelists, and we would request the moderator, sir, to kindly remain with us to continue with our next segment. We're presenting a memento to Shri Dr. Arunendra Tiwari. Thank you so much, sir. We now present a memento to Mr. Ravi Gupta. Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. May we now present a memento to Shri Ashok Sharma. Thank you so much, sir, for joining, and thank you so much for your valuable inputs. Once again, requesting Arpan sir to kindly present a memento to Shri Gaurav Jaiswal. And with that, we thank all our panelists and request the moderator of the session to kindly be with us and continue with our next segment. And the discussion would be in and around the industry initiatives. And we take exactly a moment to set up the head table, as you can see. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the paucity of time, we have not been able to take the questions, but we surely can make use of the networking breaks, and we can interact with our speakers offline and take the recommendations or maybe have some discussion. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much for your understanding. Without any further delay, we are now moving to the second segment of the panel discussion too, which is the green hydrogen value chain opportunities, challenges, and way forward. As we heard the experts from the first segment talking about the policy perspective, we now move on to the industry discussion points, which is what are the industry initiatives. Please join me as once again I request Shri Sandeep Narang to kindly be the moderator of the segment 2. Thank you so much, sir. And please join me as I now invite our panelist of our next segment to kindly join us onto the stage. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now request Advisor Green Hydrogen H2UPP, GIZ, Mr. Clemens Entretor to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you. May I also invite on stage President Awara Group, Shri Prashant Chaube. Warm welcome to you, sir. And may I request Head of Corporate Sustainability and Projects Tata Steel, Mr. Aditya Ganguly, to join us onto the stage. Inviting on stage Vice President Green Tech L&T Group, Shri Kamlesh Kumar Gupta. Warm welcome to you, sir. And I also request Vice President Ashok Leland, Shri Yogesh Bular, to kindly join us onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are being joined by Senior Director and Regional Head East, AMPIN, Energy Transition, Shri Shobik Das. Warm welcome to you, Mr. Das. May I now request Assistant Vice President Regulatory Bidding and Customer Operations SunSource Energy, Shri Ishan Nagpal, to kindly join us onto the stage. Thank you so much. May I now request the moderator of the session to kindly take over.
Thank you. So we are back again. We've seen after the policy side, let's hear from the industry. So a very eminent panel again over here. How much time we have? 40 minutes or an hour? Audiences, yeah, because I'll have to pace it accordingly. Okay, we'll try to wrap up by 4. Yeah, yeah, sure. Thanks. I think so. The panelists, you know, you have to be really efficient, but it's a big panel, and it's a very, very experienced panel and a wide variety of stakeholders from the industry. So, thank you first of all to all of you on the dais to join us for this discussion. Clemens, welcome, and you know, very pleased to have you here. You know, we've been watching GIZ and H2UP playing a very vital role in the Indian hydrogen and the cross-country collaboration. So, really pleased to have you here. I'm sure you are following up, and you've been updated about the India's recent. You heard, you know, Ms. Bakre talked about some of the last 12 months' achievement. Help us understand. You know, we've seen what Mr. Bakre talked about earlier on the domestic demand front, but this is a market which holds a lot of promise for us from an export standpoint, and EU is one of the markets wherein all developers are eyeing because of your strict emission reduction. You know, at least the net zero targets. Most of your countries in EU are on track as far as latest climate reports are concerned. So it's a big market for us. And help us understand the export market potential, specifically around GH or green ammonia in the EU region, and what is the annual demand looking like?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to FICCI for this event on green hydrogen. And yes, great that you have mentioned the EU as a potential market for Indian project developers. I think colleagues and speakers on these panels can surely speak more on their ambitions on exporting molecules to the Europe Union. But what I can tell is that the EU targets until 2030 two numbers. It's 10 million of hydrogen, tons of hydrogen produced in India, probably in EU, and the import of 10 million tons of hydrogen via other countries. And this is 2030, so 10 million each. And
this is cumulative or annual? Just to
that's annual from 2030. That's the target, and of course it's the target, but they also have to substitute their import. Similar to India, they are importing grey ammonia. In 2024, so last year, it was 2 million tons of grey ammonia imported. So of course they also have to substitute this demand. And what I can tell, not only on the demand, I can also tell there was a huge, adverb for India when the price discovery of FICCI tenders, of the auctions, were discussed and opened the last weeks, because these prices are very, very low, and compared to the last auctions, you remember maybe H2 Global, the auction for importing green hydrogen, green ammonia. There the price was roughly 811 euros per tons. If you change it to rupee, it's 80 rupee per kg. So yeah, you already know what India is capable of producing at what cost. So this is a huge opportunity for for the Indian market to export also to other countries. And also a little outlook until 2050 maybe. European Union estimates a demand of 50 million tons of green hydrogen. And again, the major share may be imported, of course, dependent on the costs.
Thank you. That is really encouraging and exciting for us to hear. But you know, there's one peculiar thing about the industry that I'm seeing, particularly in the green hydrogen landscape, is that they're not just big players. There are also a lot of startups and smaller scale players. You know, just a bunch of young professionals getting into innovation and scaling up the so these industry stakeholders are also seeing eyeing the export market, and some of them may not have access to the accounts or the so help us understand how the sales and the contracts of take agreements are. Is it like one-to-one bilateral long offtake agreements? Is that the norm? I presume there should be some arrangement around, you know, offtake for green hydrogen or green ammonia. Or do you see that there could be pool purchases, there could be marketplaces, there could be trade market for hydrogen derivatives?
Very good question. I think both is possible. And regarding your last question on how the contracts are be done, and probably L&T and Avada here on the panel can say a bit more. I think they maybe go more into the one-to-one contracting, but for sure for smaller players, for smaller developers, the possibility is there. And the easiest way, in my opinion, is a consortia. Build a consortia with partners to fulfill the whole value chain, and this then can also be applicable to auctions in Europe. H2 Global is not limited to any player, or consortium is possible. So this is one option. And the other option I'm thinking of is that the European Union initiated EU hydrogen network database. So there the producers and off-takers can register and sell their product, or inquire for demand. And there is even already one such database active in the Middle Europe, where the demand side can ask for green molecules, and they ask the demand side, they ask the producer side, I need this and that amount of hydrogen, I need this certification, and from when to when. And this is already possible, and this is open to every project developer, and not only big or small, but to open to everybody. And another opportunity, as you mentioned, it is also the possibility of having a trading scheme in India, and this opens up the room for every developer. There is this mentioned trading scheme in Europe, but the idea is also to make something maybe similar in India for the Indian market. And there I can say that GIZ with the EEX, the European Energy Exchange, and the IGX, Indian Gas Exchange, is collaborating on creating such a hydrogen trading tool. First it's a price discovery, later on it can be also a trading mechanism, a trading platform. So this is possible, also open for every project developer, every stakeholder along the value chain.
Thank you. And one last question, I'll not let you go so easily. So, you know, you've also been working actively in the P2X space. Tell us more about the applications that you find very attractive in the P2X space from a decarbonization potential perspective.
Of course, green hydrogen as a molecule will not be used that much maybe. We have to look at the power to X. Transforming the hydrogen molecule in other derivatives, ammonia, methanol, you mentioned it. And there, I mentioned it also, the FICCI tenders on ammonia, that's very interesting. Of course, It's a win-win situation if you do not have to import billions of fertilizer, of ammonia. Instead, produce it yourself here in India via electrolysis in Haber Bosch. So, of course, this is one. Again, panelist on LNT, from LNT can say more about their refinery tender they won. So refinery, there's a huge demand of hydrogen in the refinery, maybe not that much PTX, so you need the molecule itself there. But in the long term, the shipping sector, Bakreji mentioned the shipping sector as a potential off-taker in the future. The ports in India, Tuticorin, Kandla, they are betting already on methanol bunkering. So methanol as a potential shipping fuel. In the short term, long term, maybe ammonia. There are dual powered ships who can fuel on ammonia. So this is another option. Of course, aviation, SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, or eSAF for a hydrogen-based fuel is another opportunity. It's long-term, but I think in India it's building up. What I can realize here over the last years, and yeah, long-term strategy for the steel. Bakreji also mentioned it, but I would say the green steel is maybe 5 to 10 years down the road, but of course, huge opportunity to decarbonize and produce a product which is low in costs and low in carbons.
Thank you, Clemens. I'll come to the other stakeholders, but Prashant, let me start with you on the developers side. I mean, you've heard the policy and what Clemens talked about, and you are a group which is heavily invested in hydrogen. So just tell us a little bit more about, as a developer, what are the challenges that you are facing, either on demand side policy you've already heard, but what are the key challenges? What are the top 5 challenges that the group is facing?
Thank you for the opportunity. I think it's not merely for Avada per se, but it's for the entire ecosystem which is there. As Mr. Vakre was also saying, that as compared to the first phase, which is renewable energy transition, which happened quite fast, hydrogen ecosystem is a different kind of a beast actually. And unless you focus on all the aspects of an ecosystem, then segmented approach doesn't work here. So for example, one of a very important ecosystem is renewable energy here, because your green hydrogen price depends to a large extent in terms of the pricing coming from renewable energy. And the renewable energy what we are talking about is RERTC, which is 24/7, which is required to run electrolyzer 24/7. I think if that kind of a very complex structure is figured out, which gives you a very competitive RERTC we have seen in the auctions, I think that's really a good news. What I say is that policy consistency and flexibility in regulations are the twin approach which would be needed, so that your policy remains and gives a very good signal. But at the same time, because you are dealing with an ecosystem, the plants of these capacities have actually never been set up so far, neither globally nor in India at this point of a time, operational. As you handle them, I think you need a lot of agility in regulations. So we should be prepared to have, and because you go at a ground level, even in the context of a transmission, even context of a connectivity, context of a banking, so a lot of other issues come, which is operational issues. And if you are trying to tame this with a certain set of a regulation existing, I think that will create. So you need a policy consistency, but the flexibility in regulations. Second is, of course, offtake, which remains a very challenge. And 2 or 3 years ago, the kind of a hype which is there for the green hydrogen, it was waning, but I think a lot of good development which have happened now, particularly for green ammonia auctions now. So that is again very important thing. Third is there is need to be focus on what I call PSP. So it's not pumped storage, but it's port storage and pipelines. So I think these are 3 very important anchor points we need to really look in building, because currently you say green hydrogen, but particularly what we are doing is focusing more on the derivative side of it, so whether green ammonia or methanol. But coming to actual green hydrogen, I think the storage, pipelines and ports readiness will be very important. What I see is that, as you ask Clemens also, in terms of opportunities available at global scale, I think 2 two important factors would be how do we really capitalize on Article 6 of a Paris Agreement and go for a larger collaboration where there is opportunity. We are seeing a lot of bilateral agreements happening between country, and I think India has to step up and really go for that role where a lot of possibilities are available. So that is another very important factor. A lot of other things, I think finance, etc., there is a part of thing, but it's not. It will play a very important role, and we need to be really invested into technology. So SEC, again, one of important bidding parameter, I guess, would have been apart from RE is the electrolyzer efficiency, what you call SEC, and whether there have been a very, very aggressive numbers taken for it, because again, these kind of electrolyzer capacity is not in operation. So I think India has to, and as a developer, we also see that we need to really remain invested in technology and look for a lot more investment into technology so that you bring the specific energy consumption of electrolyzers. So I think these are some of the important things which we see from a developer perspective.
Thanks, Prashant. I think I'll also invite Sanshir and Ampin also, maybe in sequence. We can start with Sanshir first. Welcome. Just you heard what Prashant said. Anything that you want to add from a developer's perspective on the challenges?
So I'll just pick up the thread from where Mr. Bhakre left in the previous session. He said that there's a lot of exuberance around the auction prices. If you double click on those auction prices, what is extremely important to notice is it's the RE players who have won these auctions. Unlike global markets where oil and gas giants traditionally dominate green hydrogen market. Why is that so? India has, in the last 4, 5 years, 7 years, developed a very vibrant RE-RTC market that Prashant just spoke about. That RE-RTC market has enabled RE players to just, double down on their existing capabilities and therefore deliver round-the-clock solutions, improve efficiencies, deliver ammonia at a cost which, unheard of anywhere globally. So, just picking up on the thread that Prashant spoke about, it's important that we remain nimble about regulations at the ISTS level. We ensure that these projects will come only if there is an enabling framework around them to sort of, in the next 4 to 5 years, develop those capacities. We are talking about massive capacities, mind you. These are not small numbers of RE development projects that we are talking about. All that we have done today, we'll have to just double it up in the next 4 or 5 years. So that's going to be huge. And for that, one very important piece that no one has so far spoken about is skilling. We have a certain human resource capability on the ground, but we need to double that. So it's important that we also talk about skilling people on the ground so that the capacity.
So your theory is that despite we don't have that advantage on manufacturing on the electrolyzer, because a lot of that is getting imported as of now, but because we have a good learning curve on the RE side, so anything around maintaining or upgrading that competence would help us achieve that scale. Absolutely. even if we don't have other advantages. Is that
absolutely.
Yeah. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. And also top it up with skills. All right, Shovik, you want to add to that?
Okay, so yes, I would like to point out a few low-hanging things. See, what we are targeting, first of all, in Ampin, like we do have the knowledge of RE. We are operating in 23 different states, and we also have our partner with Airwater, who is an industrial gas. And I think Mr. Bhakre was mentioning in the morning that hydrogen is not an easy subject, and not that we would like to have with steel, with refineries, with such kind of customers to first have it, because you need to handle it. I would like to point out some low-hanging fruits. What we are targeting on-site hydrogen plants. Now, for that, I'm not looking for too many concessions. Well, if we have it, fine. But then there are certain regulatory challenges which can be easily addressed as for us that can enable
just
this.
Like this. Yeah.
Yes. So one of them is, I'll tell you, for example, we talk about intrastate. When you are trying to enable intrastate projects, you have a 30% energy banking, which the most of the states, have allowed today. Now for hydrogen, with 30% banking, you can probably replace 45% of the electrons, whereas you are looking to make green, 100% of the electrons. Now, how do you bridge these gaps? I think there are two ways. Can you, for such on-site plants, allow the states to have 100% banking? That's one. That can help you to achieve 70-80%, of greening. Or can you, put VPPA, virtual power plants, as a tool to bridge this gap? Because what we are looking at is green supply, wherein in real, attributes
Sure, got it. Yeah.
added to that. That's point one. The
Yeah.
second point is, another very important thing is that, see, we would be at 400, and Mr. Bakre mentioned that. I was discussing with him. 415 volt inside the electrolyzer is at that point. The end user is at 130 volt. We are connected in the transmission system or the distribution system of the end user. We are a deemed consumer of the DISCOM, not an embedded consumer, as we are there, not in the transmission or the distribution system directly connected. So there is a tripartite agreement which is required between the DISCOM, the end user. The end user would like to give an NOC. And if you just do these two steps, I'll come to GST and demand creation and mandatory purchase obligation. Those are, I think everyone would say that these two, we can, and we can avoid a lot of carbon footprints. We are not converting, we are generating near the demand center.
Yeah, got it. So, Shovik and Ishan, I think both of you, even though you are focused on different segments of the market, maybe, but I think your broader point is that the electron side, all the benefits or all the incentives or the policies should continue, and maybe in some cases like banking, etc., it should further be strengthened, right, to address these nuances. But thank you for your feedback. I'll just move on to I'll come back to you if time permits, but we have another set of stakeholders, Kamleshi, Yogesh and Aditi. Welcome. I'm just trying to club you in the customer come supplier come service provider category as a broad category. Kamleshi, I'll start with you. The group, you've been in the news for various first of its kind projects that the group has done. So congratulations on that. But help us understand how do you see the electrolyzer costs coming down in 3 to 5 years? The developers talked about the electron side story, but there is this concern about can we have another advantage on the electrolyzers value chain and the manufacturing, etc. So, but any thoughts on that, Kamlesh?
Yeah, thank you, Sandeep. So, as far as cost reduction on the electrolyzers are concerned, the first challenge is not just to import these stacks or the electrolyzers out of the country. In fact, there is good amount of ecosystem developing within the country to make it indigenization process. Now, apart from the stack, there are many small components that go into the stack, that is the anode, the cathode, the membrane, and there is good amount of possibility, and we are as L&T making it, developing supply chains, developing small vendors, manufacturers, investing into their resources, investing into their manpower and developing them, of course bringing them also in such events so that they are also convinced about this ecosystem that is likely to develop. So it is very much possible that the electrolyzer prices should go down and is possible to go down. And number two, more and more economies of scales that come up, the electrolyzer as more and more commissioning takes place, the knowledge about the commissioning, synchronization happens. So that will help bringing down the risks of a manufacturer.
And which parts of the value chain you see can be done locally over here, which is currently imported, if you can?
Particularly the balance of plant is nothing there available in a power plant, and which is very much available locally. Today everybody talks about that the electrolyzer is not available in the Indian market. So it's basically the stack. the main component. That's also I'm saying you can develop through MSMEs, because these are small components. Those can be manufactured within the country, and that's how full indigenization and self-reliance will happen. Otherwise, what happened in Europe a year back or few years back, all the major electrolyzer manufacturers got away, and the Chinese electrolyzers came into and dominated the market.
Thanks, Kamlesh. Yogesh, I'll come to you now. Thank you for waiting patiently, and Aditi, after that, I'll just pick your thoughts as well. Yogesh, you represent a very vast, player in the commercial vehicle segment, and that you've already seen Mr. Bakre talk about the role of transportation. It's such a big area, and a lot of developers and other players have also talked about this itself will perhaps flow in millions and billions of dollars in investment. What is the most promising technology in commercial transport as far as green hydrogen pathway is concerned? If you can just throw some light. I think you also wanted to show us something. Maybe
just take a journey what's happening on the IC engine technology. Yeah, there. Yeah. So as you said, Sandeep, there are various ways to use hydrogen to mobile the vehicle. Okay. So one is the thing which everybody are thinking, a fuel cell is a technology which is promising, because that is one way to use hydrogen to get the zero carbon level. So just to come to our company, which is a part of the Hinduja group, I'll skip this. So basically where we are today is we are in the area of decade of transition. As you see, happily for so many decades, we worked only on diesel as a fuel. You can see the center part, we are really concentrating on various fuel as an option today, from CNG to LNG to hydrogen, methanol, ethanol, all these are there. So we are in the era of actually saying a messy middle, we could say. So a lot of developments are happening. But we feel that by the end, what all the speakers have told about here, I think at some point of time, the things will settle down where real infrastructure and the fuel will be available, which we feel hydrogen will be one of them, followed by CNG and LNG. So when this is available, we will definitely be able to make an engine which is fuel agnostic. What is a fuel agnostic engine? An engine which can burn on multiple fuels. That means most of the parts of the engine will remain the same, but with a few changes, the engine will be able to adopt different fuels. And definitely one of the fuels that we want to make it to work on hydrogen. So as you see here, why the hydrogen is one of the possible fuels. As you see, there's various reasons for that, which I will skip, but these are the things which makes us to go to hydrogen as a technology. And I will actually dwell upon this as a part. You can see what are the leverage, what makes hydrogen to go for. See, we can using the existing supply chain. That means you don't have to make any change in the supply chain, which is making it today a vehicle. If you go to fuel cell and other things, then the whole thing changes. You can see resale value of these vehicles will normally be more or less equal to the diesel vehicles. You could have already seen that when we went to the EV vehicle, today the sales of the resale value is the biggest concern to the customers. So that can be actually done. So no import of noble materials like lithium, cobalt, which is a part of the battery technology, but here you could use the same IC engines. Then you can see that we can use the exhaust same economy, lower upfront cost, because we feel that H2 ICE engine will be a via medium between going forward for the EV or a fuel cell. It will be just an upgrade of an IC engine, which will make you to take to the, so it might be slightly higher price, but definitely lot more cheaper than an EV or a fuel cell compared to a CV kind of a segment. So I put down a lot of other advantages as you see for the IC. Give you ideas, you can see a diesel engine with a setup, just a small component changes, it can be made to operate on CNG, LNG and other things. So these are the various components you can see, more or less the same components. Only the one point technically we have to address is hydrogen has a possibility to do hydrogen embrittlement. It can get into the material. So we need to have materials which will be or protected against hydrogen embrittlement. If that can be done, you can see how we are going to make this vehicle. The same IC engine vehicle, by just changing in a cylinder, you can see it can become a CNG vehicle. but it will be a same, more or less same engine, diesel engine from a spark, from a compression ignited, we'll make it a spark ignited engine. Same vehicle, you can see we can make a small change and make it to LNG, which is basically liquefied CNG. And the same vehicle with a small change in the engine and the tank of 350 bar, you can make it an H2ICE, that means hydrogen vehicle. And the same vehicle based on just to convert into a BW fuel cell, but here the engine will not be there. We will make it a fuel cell. And the last one will be the BW. And with the change of different axles, we can make it to power from a 28 ton to a 58 ton. So basically what we are saying is when hydrogen is coming, automotive companies are making sure the existing vehicle with slight changes will be able to accommodate all the kinds of the vehicle technologies that is required and will be ready for the market. Coming to the TCO point, but I was really astonished to hear the pricing. Even at 750 rupees, you can see the TCO will be very high. If it comes to 200 rupees per kg, then it will be almost reaching to 45 rupees, which will be the price at which the TCO operates of a diesel vehicles. I think this will happen very fast, and if it happens, the demand side will pick up. I think today we are all talking about more of how the hydrogen will produce. I think with the mobility on a CV segment, we can create the demand. You can see already we are working with various partners for making this H2ICE engine to a hydrogen engine. But most of the suppliers are ready to make these things. And you can see we are already into the thing with Reliance. We have made already 22 vehicles, which has operated close to 3 lakh kilometers on a cumulative of 23 vehicles, and the technology is maturing. While on the bottom side, we are also making our own engines to develop even to the higher tonnage vehicle. And the other part which was also talking, the safety part of, you can see already we worked and learned how to handle hydrogen. And you can see one of the hydrogen yards that we have made in our company where we handle about 288 cylinders, 325 kgs. And today seamlessly we are supplying hydrogen to our IC engine. I myself in the last 25 years as an engine developer used only one fuel diesel, but in the last 4 years I'm confidently running these engines to work on hydrogen. So Narang, and you can see physically we are able to control, supply hydrogen at 80 kg per hour and consume it also in our test cell facility. And we have put all the safety system in place. If there is some device that is not working, immediately the hydrogen is shut off and make it to a shutdown. So all there are challenges, but I think the challenges can be overcome. And I think H2ICE will be one of the mobility solutions which will be replacing diesel or any other fossil fuel to make it a zero carbon fuel. Thank you.
Thank you. I think very comprehensive. Thank you, Yogesh. Very comprehensive. You've just summed it up. So, but you know that slide that you showed, multi-technology. So I hope it will be like done at factory, or is it like? So it's an option, whatever customer chooses, or it's one vehicle with all the. I mean, I can go to any station.
Bill of material will be available in the company that mix and match can give us different vehicles.
So the customer can come up with a spec of say X and Y fuel combination, and you will be.
Yes, technically we have such a solution which we call as a modular platform. Just imagine a VRL is there, you want some combination, we can make it. Technically it is possible to derive this spec inside the company.
Interesting. Great, really wonderful. Thank you so much, Aditi. Thank you for waiting. Really sorry to bring you the last but not the least. Aditi, you're part of the biggest steel house in the private enterprise. So, and the group is very conscious about the decarbonization initiatives that we keep reading about. Help us understand what is the most promising technology that you are seeing from a green steel perspective. Any thoughts around that?
Yeah, so for us, let's say hydrogen, I was quite amazed to see this presentation. You just change one thing to other and it changes CNG to BNG to hydrogen. For us, changing anything, for example, we want to change to hydrogen technology from the current fossil fuel technology. We have multiple paths. What we can do is the entire CO2 that we are emitting, we consume the entire CO2 using CCU technology, carbon capture and storage. But that calls for, if blast furnace, basic oxygen making, the traditional path of making steel, if I want to put CCU, I have to invest 5 times. So 7,000 crore for a blast furnace, 35,000 crore for CCU. So it's not so easy for steel. I want to, let's say, use hydrogen, then the entire new path has to be established. We have to build hydrogen-based DRI and EAF plant, which is very different from what we are doing at present. And the cost will be around, let's say, increase of 50% of the OPEX. CAPEX will be somewhere around twice. So these are the challenges that we are facing with hydrogen. Currently, if the price is around $5 to $6 per kg, we actually need to replace coal something around $2 per kg. Then only we'll be able to replace fossil fuel with hydrogen. So there are some challenges with the hydrogen, taking in the steel industry. But you asked about the other technologies that we are actually trying. So of course, renewable is a big way to make steel greener. So at Tata Steel, we are doing PPAs, RTC PPAs, and we are trying to make it more green. There are alternate fuels that we are trying. We are trying biofuels, we are trying biomass. We also tried hydrogen, putting hydrogen in the basic traditional blast furnace. We brought hydrogen from Rajasthan to Jamshedpur. So some 1400 kilometers hydrogen traveled in containers, and then we along with prime metals, we made a lot of changes in the design, because hydrogen is a very leak prone gas. So, and steel being a very high temperature hazardous environment, you need a very high safety measures for putting hydrogen. So we built a complete setup. We brought hydrogen. Those were not green hydrogen. Of course, green hydrogen is not available in the eastern part at this point of time. So we brought grey hydrogen, and then we tested that whether putting hydrogen in the blast furnace is possible or not. We were quite successful. This was done in 2023, and we saw is that what we calculate, that so much of coal can be replaced using so much of hydrogen. We were able to do that, and we were on one of the world's first blast furnace based company to do that actually. So these are some of the things that we are doing to move towards green steel.
Thank you, Aditi. I think you've already talked about the viability gap. So you gave a reference of the cost per ton. But thank you. Anything else that you want to add on the viability or policy support that the steel industry would need from Government of India?
Yeah. So currently we are this carbon market is coming, and I think target has been given to all the steel industries, and within I think 2 months it will be operational. What we are expecting is a good price of carbon in the market, so that all the investment that we are doing, these are not small investment for a steel industry, so that investment pays off. So that is one that we are expecting from government. And the second, that the green steel initiative that government has taken, they have released a taxonomy, and they have given some numbers saying that if you are producing steel with this much CO2 emission, then it can be called as a green steel. So there also we are looking for some good demand and market paying a good price. So at present, suppose we go to various our customers and we say that we'll do certain green projects, and you become partner of that decarbonization journey, we do not get so much of response. But then if government supports in terms of carbon price, getting a good carbon price, or getting customers for green steel, and they are ready to pay premium, definitely these two steps will help steel industry to decarbonize faster.
Thank you. I'll just take one last question with the developers, going back to Prashant, you and Ishan and Shouvik. You've talked about the challenges. What about issues like availability of capital? In the earlier session, you heard SBI representative talk about sufficiency of capital flows, domestic capital. Prashant, any thoughts on financing or any other segment that we would have missed out? Closing remarks, basically.
No, I think financing in India should not be an issue as long as your project is bankable. So I think if there is a bankability is proven, there is no dearth of capital, but the right assumptions has to be there for those projects, and it's very important because this entire I'll again, because I always talk about the ecosystem. If this ecosystem is insured, then it's become so. For example, whether your offtake is for 10 years, whether your offtake is for 15 years or 20 years, right? How much is your project viability in terms of renewable energy capacity, which kind of a configuration we are using, because on a back end there are a lot more challenges related to land or a transmission. The transmission is congested even at ISTS. Even go to Rajasthan is completely congested. There is no capacity at ISTS beyond before 2030 actually. HBDS will take its own time for 2032. So I think that is again a very important thing. One important element I like that one is this green ammonia and derivative. Another thing is the blending, which we really need to look at, and all aspects, whether it's refineries, which can, even if a 10% of a blending, for look at refineries about 3.7 or 3.75 million tons of hydrogen requirement. 10% blending gives you almost like 500,000 tons of requirement. It's a huge demand which is created. Similarly, you go for steel. By 2030, I think public consumption of steel would be about how much? 70 million tons, right? And then even a 10% mandate open up again, about 0.5 million tons of and that is how you need to create the market. These bids, the only difference is that the solar competitiveness that came over a period of years with a number of iterative, because people know that there are more biddings are coming. That's probably a single bid which has happened because no visibility of any other bidding income. That has contributed to such a rate which has come.
Yeah.
But as far as bankability is there, I think financing should follow.
Sure. Ishan and Shobik, any closing remarks on any policy intervention that you would love? Ishan, you can go first, and Shobik, you can follow.
So see, the offtake contract currently is for a period of 15 years. Bankability comes when you sort of ensure the right kind of revenue comes in, the business model is in place. You are able to recover your money fast. So it's important that for the initial few years we provide the support that is needed by the sector. Article 6 is one very important area that all of us should focus on. Domestic carbon markets, how do you link it with international carbon markets? Governments in Switzerland, in Singapore, in Korea, in Japan have taken the first step. They've done a lot of these agreements, G2G agreements, that not just provides you, an offtake, but also, a higher revenue, which in the initial 10 years, 15 years, you can sort of recover your capital costs, and therefore, the point that Prashant was making, those 10, 15 years of experience of solar, we need to sort of squeeze it all in the next 5 years for hydrogen ammonia.
Yeah, thanks. Shobik, any closing remarks?
Right. See, bankability of our projects is not an issue in a sense. What we are talking about are on-site gas plants. Now, on-site air separation units are there, for ages. We are only talking about now an electrolyzer, and you have to supply green power to that electrolyzer. So I had mentioned the two, things wherein I need to make the molecules green. I go with ISTS, I can probably have 70%. I go with intrastate, I can have 40 to 50%. I need to have a bridge in terms of VPPA for that. And this is a big enabler in a sense that I'm avoiding lot of carbon footprints. I'm not doing any conversion, I'm not doing any transportation. She just mentioned 1400 kilometers. So and as far as investment, we are backed by many great financial institutions, foreign financial institutions, including Sumitomo and all. So we don't have any challenge as far as there, but the rate of for the banks, for the lenders, like we have some lending rates which have been published by REDA and all. So I think we also need to have what different kind of projects based on the risk, the gestation period. Probably the lenders also can come up with certain sort of innovative financing models, and that can also help bring us this cost down with financing, refinancings at different levels.
Thank you, Shobik. I'll have to close 4 p.m. dot. Thank you to all my panelists. I know I had more questions, but we'll obviously break and network. And thank you to the audience patiently waiting. Back to you, organizers. Yeah.
Thank you, esteemed panelists. Thank you so much, moderator of the session, for wonderfully conducting the session and also giving us a conclusion there. To conclude the summit, may I now request Director FICCI, Shri Arpan Gupta, to kindly give the concluding remarks and also propose the vote of thanks.
A very good evening to all of you. I convey my sincere thanks to everyone, all the panelists on the dais, panelists for the morning sessions, all the participants, and everyone for making this event a great success. Without the significant contribution from each one of you, this program would not have been so successful and would not have seen the light of the day and would not have been able to achieve the desired objectives. So a big thank you to everyone. Friends, most of you would have seen the Samundar Manthan. Now, fossil fuels, when we talk about current scenario of energy transition and all, we are in our own midst of Samundar Manthan, where you fossil fuels and all, they gave us prosperity, they powered our economies for long, but they also kind of given the poison from the Samundar Manthan, which is in the form of the deadly climate change, the challenge of dealing with the climate conditions that we are today dealing at. So therefore, with the science, with the technology, with the collaborations that are coming in, and platforms such as these hydrogen summits, the Green Hydrogen Summit of FICCI, we are in the process of once again churning the things. And this time, the green hydrogen, we can very well say, would be the nectar when we are talking about the churn of energy transition. And thus, this particular event for today has been a landmark in the history of energy sector programs, not only for bringing all the stakeholders from green hydrogen sector together, but also in terms of the information sharing and knowledge dissemination. We had more than 40 speakers throughout the day and more than 350 participants throughout the program. As we discussed, the key objective for today's summit was to deliberate on the entire value chain of green hydrogen. So therefore, we heard from the central government, we heard from the Honorable Minister, we heard from the state governments, PSUs, private players, the producers of green hydrogen and the manufacturers of electrolyzer. We heard from the facilitating eco-enablers in terms of regulatory, skill, financing, and also from the industrial segment in terms of the demand offtake. There were three things which came out very clearly: the scope and the size of the opportunity when we are talking about 500 gigawatt by 2030 and net zero by 2070. This scale, this opportunity, we are basically building for our growing population, we are building for our growing economy and for the Viksit Bharat. The second thing that brings into the picture is the pivotal role that green hydrogen is going to play in this opportunity and in this size of ambition that we have. And third is in terms of the demand, the long-term sustained demand for the green hydrogen from the industrial offtake that will emerge. So these were the three key parameters which were discussed throughout the day, and around that we had the discussions for opportunities, we had discussions for challenges, and the recommendations, many of which are there in the FICCI report. We talked about the challenges on the grids and all those things, so I'm not going into details now. Finally, coming on to my vote of thanks duty, I acknowledge the support of the industry members, our committee chair, co-chairs, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Department of Science and Technology, and the Niti Aayog. Also thank our speakers who confirmed their participation long back and kept their promises to join us. They, along with our esteemed participants today, are charting the growth path of green hydrogen moving forward. We had an amazing audience throughout the day. Still, we have more than 150 participants in the hall. That shows the kind of enthusiasm that this subject brings in. Also thank our sponsors for supporting the event, without whom it would have been very difficult to organize the event of this magnitude. Mention for our media friends who are the public face for the initiatives we undertake, and mention for our knowledge partner EY for their continuous support in building this program. I also thank our anchor for putting in a lot of energy and the enthusiasm into the conference, and also symbolically representing green hydrogen with her green attire. Looking forward to build today's dialogue to translate ideas into tangible outcomes. And since this is an annual flagship program, so see you in 2026. Thanking the organizing team. Thanks to anyone I might have missed. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very warm vote of thanks. We would now like to present the mementos to our esteemed panelists. May I request Arpan Gupta ji to kindly present the mementos. We'd like to present memento to Mr. Clemens Anterer. Thank you so much for joining us for the summit, essentially for the session. Thank you so much. A big thank you to Mr. Prashant Chaube. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. We thank Ms. Aditi Ganguly. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us for this session. We value your inputs. May we now thank Mr. Kamlesh Kumar Gupta. Thank you once again, sir. And we'd like to present a memento to Mr. Yogesh Bular. May we now present a memento to Mr. Shobik Das. Thank you, Mr. Das, for joining us this evening and sharing your inputs with us. May we now thank Mr. Ishan Nagpal. And a very big thank you to the moderator of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all put our hands together thanking the moderator and also the panelists, Mr. Sandeep Narang, for wonderfully conducting both the sessions, which were in segment 1 and segment 2. Thank you so much, sir, for wonderfully conducting and concluding the session. May I request the panelists to kindly give us a moment for a photo opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have arrived to the concluding moment of the FICCI Green Hydrogen Summit 2025. Thank you so much for your participation. We look forward to your support in the future endeavors also. Please take care of yourself and do not forget to put your mobile phones back to its ringing mode. Thank you once again. Namaskar, I'm Sushmita signing off from the podium.